So today, as we enter the 28th of June 2020, we are celebrating 1 year since the release of Super Mario Maker 2. And we've got quite a lot lined up for this session. So, as is typical of a weekend session, we're going to be running our backlog today instead of running the viewer levels queue. And among the things we will be featuring today are some levels that are from my personal list, as well as a preview of some of the makers that are coming in the 4 Years of Mario Maker project, which launches in a few hours, actually. It launches, I believe, sometime in the middle of the day on the 28th in the NA time zone, and sometime in the evening in the EU time zones. I'll actually have to look up the specific start time. But in the meantime, I think the best way to begin a birthday celebration for Mario Maker 2 is to look at this level by Minibarf, which is a fairly new one from a few days ago called Overworld Overture, a nostalgic musical romp through all the world maps of Super Mario World. Let's take a look. Oh, and here we are already in Yoshi's Island. Certainly what this music is meant to simulate. And yeah, it looks like as advertised, we're going to go through them in order, and we have Yoshi's house with all the apples represented by the red blocks already coming up for us at the beginning. Okay. And here we are in the Donut Plains. Notice the presence of the various switch tracks that indicate the progression through the branching levels in Donut Plains. So we see red dots on a world map for the first time. Not for the absolute first time, actually, but, you know, the sort of branching structure for the first time since the original branch at the very beginning of Super Mario World. So here you have Vanilla Dome. You'll remember, of course, that little area in this platforming stage from Vanilla Dome 1. And yeah, it is like a little bit of a summary of Super Mario World, taken as a whole. Let's spin jump over this guy. Oh, whoops. And there we have already a pretty accurate, or at least somewhat faithful, simulation of the Vanilla Dome secret exit. Incredible how much has been packed into this single level. Quite a lot going on. So yeah, here's the Vanilla Dome secret. Not going to take the secret path. Yes, or are we? Okay, no, up we go. Oh. Looks like we have indeed taken the secret exit out of Vanilla Dome to the Star Road. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's certainly one way to progress through the game. Certainly looks like the Boom Booms are here to simulate Charge and Chuck. Of course, unlike Charge and Chuck, you don't see them busting directly through the yellow blocks. But that's okay. We'll take what we can get, until such time as Nintendo wants to introduce Charge and Chuck to Mario Maker 3. And whoops. Very careless here. Okay. There we go. Going to make our way over. Boom Boom's pretending to be Charge and Chuck, and then through Vanilla Dome once again. Okay, let's let that fall. And just make our way up this way. And back to the Star Road segment. Actually, no, this is just Forest of Illusion. What am I talking about? It's not Star Road at all. It's very clearly Forest of Illusion, in fact, with the introduction of the Wigglers. Oh. We apologize for the error. We normally try to be a little more historically accurate in that. We are not running the queue today, Jayhawk. I run the queue over weekdays. On weekends, we're kind of catching up on some of the levels in the personal queue, as well as some unfinished levels that we didn't get through in the viewer levels queue earlier in the week. But thank you for coming by. And yeah, we'll be back to viewer levels as usual during the weekday streams. Now, this is definitely supposed to be Star Road. Of course, going horizontal rather than vertical, but we'll take it. Seems that this theme didn't really have enough room to really deal in Chocolate Island. Choco Island, I guess. So it'll be straight to Bowser's Castle. And here we are. So, rather lovely tribute to a significant portion of Super Mario World all condensed into one level by Minibar, who is making quite a reputation already in terms of doing music platforming. Hey Rammers, welcome back. Good to see you here. Rammers, did you want to see the playthrough of your latest revision of Divine Level since you are here? Because we certainly had that as something that we could have on our to-do list for today. And in the meantime, we're just going to go through some other levels that have come up very recently. Just going to relax a bit with a new traditional level by Got That Money, who is one of the makers from my original maker group. We go way back. Bit of an SMB3 aesthetic specialist. So yeah, he tends to make fairly easy traditional levels, and so we'll just run that fairly quickly, and then Rammers will get to the latest version of iVine for you after that, and hopefully I won't die on the final segment for an hour. So, welcome to the mechanical homeworld of the Mecha Koopa. Yeah, I've got about a 25% rate on it already from a couple of plays. Let's just take a look. Okay, so what's up with the Mecha Koopa Space Brigade? Oh, kind of want to pop this guy just to take him with us in case. Better drop him before things get too hairy. Well, it looks like there is going to be a path that takes us all the way up to the red Koopa. I don't know if that's going to be useful for much, but we'll take it. We'll take it. You never know. Given the way that the red Koopa missiles tend to behave like bombs. Okay, I guess we don't really need that after all, although the bombs could potentially blow this up over here. The Blast-Koopa missiles, rather. Let's see if we can lead that target approximately over here. I guess that's going to be a tall order. Alternatively, we could just try to throw an object under. Or alternatively, we can just make one or two more stabs at this and we'll move on. Or really just bring over one of the blue guys. That's certainly an option as well. Get a target. I think it's probably easier to bring over the blue guy. No. Can't really pick him up. Okay. That's okay. We'll just continue. And move on up. And just explore a little bit more. There's usually something neat to discover in a lot of these. That looks like that's going to block the ground tiles to the left, but that is aesthetically definitely something that had some care put into it in terms of making this look like a bit of a space rock. Okay. Going to run around and dodge these guys, and we will continue. Now, what's going on here? Just a zigzag pattern. Fairly simple to dodge. And here's a checkpoint. Now let's kind of run around here for a bit, see what's going on. Okay, that's definitely going to be a missile jump into the 30 coin, and we missed another 30 coin on the other side as well, it seems. Well, another time. Okay, now we are going to obtain power of flight. So, given that I can climb up here anyway and also just immediately lose the leaf, that actually won't do a whole lot for us. Sure, let's take the upper path. Having played a lot of God That Money's levels in the past, a lot of them do have support for alternate routes and optional exploration, and so I was quite glad to take a look at that. See if there's anything down low. I think this was just an alternate path to go left to right, but always worth it to take a look. Yeah. And on we go. And that's going to bust the scroll over to the right side, and of course we'll just immediately make a fool of ourselves. Yeah, really do have to admire the amount of variation that is going on with all the background art this level. No leaf for us this time. And then that was a conditional power-up right after the checkpoint. Okay. Let's maybe not be totally thrown off by the camera scroll this time. Oops, almost slid right off of that. And that's okay, we'll have the power-up. If that was a conditional leap, we could have had the power of flight over here, but too bad for us. So, this will jump that and go. Okay, here we are again. And let's see what's up here. Look like it isn't anything important. Grab the mushroom. And onwards. Okay, so it looks like we'll have to go through the lower level on top of the burners here in this very propulsive age. Only it looks like it's a makeshift rocket ship. And there we are at the completion screen, but let's poke around a bit just to see if anything else is going on here. Nope. Just the ending screen. Thank you for the GG. Okay, so since Rammers has decided to show up today, let's take a look at the latest version of iVine for you. It is at 0.5 with only one clear from West Second, who is always a very fun streamer to watch in his own right. Seems like everybody here has liked it so far, and so perhaps the last segment will give us a little less trouble than it did on our last attempt. We won't break too much in the course of clearing it this time. Okay, so once again, the vines early on giving us a bit of a clue as to how to navigate this. Oh, I see the piranhas have double stacked there now. It's kind of interesting to track the changes between versions when I play levels like this. Okay. Definitely the double stacked piranhas there caught me by surprise, but it does restrict the timing in a way that still keeps Mario safe and alive. Whoops. Gotta flood that jump. Interesting that when you hit that question block, it does spawn a vine for purely cosmetic reasons. It does not have any specific function in this level except to kind of match up with the vines inside the castle ground blocks that we already see in the intro segment, and to serve as a general reminder of the theme. Yeah, just have to slide gently there under the two piranhas that are side by side. Okay, there we go. Oh, whoops. To get some of the easy deaths out of my system. And there we are. Yeah, Jayhawk, we actually did clear an earlier version of this level. It did take me a while. This is actually the easy half of the level, I would say. And the hard stuff is, or at least was, one particular segment that comes right at the end. But yeah, you know, it's not super tight, it's not super precise. It does give you a little bit of wiggle room to adjust. And the timer is not that strict, so it isn't nearly as bad as it looks from a difficulty standpoint. That spot just now where you slide under the piranhas, that's one of the tighter and more constrained spots in the level from the version I played. Things might have changed, of course. Things have already changed in this segment here. So, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it is 1 in 200, but you have to remember there are only 4 footprints on it so far. Only 4 players. And so a lot of those players put in repeated attempts in their own right, unless, of course, it was just Wes Second who was responsible for almost all of that. And yeah, the last time I played this, most of my deaths came right at the end. And the vast majority of my deaths, in fact. So we'll see if that's still the same. Or if we, oops, are doing better this time. I'm dying on some of this stuff a lot more than I did before, I think. In that I am still kind of in a warm-up phase when it comes to my ability to play. So we just need to account for that, and, you know, that's naturally going to take up a little bit of time. Okay. To get a little bit more of a dash there, to account for the fact that the pokey is going to be slightly lifted by the platform, which is floating up slightly, back down. But yeah, normally riding on anything on parachutes and wings is going to feel a little bit hairy. Here it's not too bad at all. Of course, we have to react to the vines here. That's a bit of a surprise. The first time you see it, of course, I recognize the Goomba and trampoline setup from a previous level. But the falling trampoline, I remember, definitely caught me off guard from my previous series of attempts at this, because you do have to react to that and find a bounce timing on that falling trampoline very quickly. That's already a good chunk of the level right there, so... Okay. Here we are. Oops. Yeah, there are a lot of minor changes, Jayhawk, that just kind of tighten things up and clean up the jumps here and there, and I can already tell that that's kind of there to partly line up the timing a bit better on the flying blocks as they come over. That you are enforcing, whoops, a very specific time interval between getting past the falling blue platform and having the POW activate and getting here, that block you just saw. Makes all of these jumps on the winged blocks feel relatively comfortable. Yeah, normally anything that sways back and forth is, I think, a little bit tricky to deal with in Mario Maker. Oh, whoops, I just missed. As with the previous level, where you used the Goomba and trampoline, that is hard to prepare for, but really cool to pull off. And so, you know, I almost don't mind that it is admittedly a little blind. Simply because, you know, once you understand it, it's really, really smooth. And, you know, seeing as how it's dependent on having that Goomba come out the question block, and having a falling trampoline come afterwards, I'm not sure if there's a good way to make that more visible in such a way that you could do it blindly. I think the amount of indication in this level is already pretty good in terms of not being too dense and maintaining quite a bit of visibility, and also reminding you to crouch at certain points. It's not ridiculously hard, I would say. Definitely not ridiculous. There are lots of places where you can just slip up. But yeah, it's one of those levels where several things here are reliable enough that they are not as hard as they might look, simply because they are consistent. Getting on a lot of those flying blocks, for instance, that might look very tricky. In the context of actually playing this level, though, it's not too bad. But yeah, you know, everybody has to kind of understand what their own skill level is going to be, and also whether they have the patience to handle it. I mean, there isn't much in this level that requires really advanced technique, it's just really good reaction time. A lot of that is simply because many of the motions in this level, like sliding across the ice, move rather quick. It's really not too bad at all, difficulty-wise, in this segment anyway. The last time I played this, the segment at the end was extremely punishing, but we'll see how we do when we get there. Okay. No. Another miss. I had that work very consistently for me yesterday. I think I'm just maybe pulling back on a position a little bit and not heading up to the arrow quite like I should. Oops. Okay, there we go. Okay. Just kind of worried about my timing there for a moment, but getting onto the flying Goombas is actually fairly generous. I released jump too early. You need to hold jump pretty much all the way in order to get up to the point above the trampoline. And I can already see something is different about the final part in terms of how the Goombas are going to spawn out of the red pipes in the end segment past a checkpoint. In terms of the placement of the pipes and also the guarding of the pipes with the icicles. So I assume that some of that spacing was tweaked to get Goomba timing and the coin placement to harmonize a little better in the previous version. So we'll just get to that and see how it goes. Directly on the arrow, yes. Yeah, that time I went up the center column just fine. As you can see, I just released a jump much too early because, you know, bouncing on a falling trampoline is something that is a pretty unique interaction. Like, that's not something I would really have any practice doing. So the input timing is something that I do have to learn on the fly for this level. Oh, whoops. Missed the up input there. Okay. And up we go. Okay, whoops. I actually have a generous amount of room on that wraparound on the lower grinder blade. I don't need to treat it quite so tightly because I actually have access to the blue platform before it hits the lava for quite a lot longer than I seem to be thinking. And down we go. Oh, whoops. Nudged my way off and seemed to have maybe tapped a down diagonal, and even just that one tap was enough to send me to my death. Okay. Whoops, just a little bit late on that POW. Yes, the fact that the world record is around that zone actually tells me at least that West Second didn't have too much trouble with the post-checkpoint segment compared to how much trouble I had yesterday. So yeah, kind of looking forward to how that tuning is going to go. But of course, West Second is a very good player. Definitely a better player than I am, so in terms of harder stuff like this. Oh, whoops. Pulled back a little early. Yep, the big thwomp isn't too much of a threat. It's mostly there to just restrict your space and sense of urgency, which is already going to be enforced. But yeah, we were right before the checkpoint. That trampoline jump that I've been failing to do, that's, at least in a previous version, pretty much the last thing you do to get to checkpoint 1. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Feels like I've recovered most of this level fairly decently, just a couple of consistency issues to clean up, like here in this gap. Gap is really not too bad, it's just a matter of rolling the jump and hitting the POW accurately, which is easy to take for granted, given that it's just a normal jump that doesn't look like too much of a threat. Okay, down we go. Yeah. Okay, let's not die to the silly stuff. We died to the silly stuff. Missed. Question block. And it is absolutely imperative that we hit that to launch the Goomba at all. Yeah, all this stuff is feeling pretty nice. I'm glad I could cover it fairly quickly. That Goomba spacing is actually surprisingly functional. Up we go. Ooh, that was close. Let's remember to get a checkpoint. Okay. Timing it from the checkpoints was a slight issue. You need to stay above the one-way platform level. You need to maintain a fair bit of height. Yeah, let's see how our ability to grab any of these has been adjusted. I had tons of trouble with the lower right on the previous attempt. Now, okay, so now instead of doing it with a skull platform, which actually had some issues with running into Goombas as they come down, it's now done with a vine, and the skull platform is a little bit to the right. I see what's going on. I need to not bump my head on a one-way panel, I need to just generally get enough of a jump height off of a vine. Actually, I like that it's a little more consistent with how the rest of the level works. in terms of making use of that buried mine concept once again. Of course, the timing window on the Blue Skull platforms is, I think, going to feel very tight, just given the way that red coin is placed. It looks like I'll have to do a very quick jump up to the red coin and fall back into the door. I actually am slightly worried about that looking at it now. Yeah, I think it's probably a better idea to go for the right side first. I see that there's no longer a falling platform here that's regulating your takeoff point. That's a pretty major change, actually, in that how I fall down is going to affect the timing of the first Goomba bounce, and then that's going to affect pretty much the rest of the cycle. I see that you no longer have the spiny trap on the bottom right as well. Not that it ever gave us trouble, that was just kind of there to scare you, so... Okay, it looks like there's some kind of POW block interaction that's going to go on down there, and there must be in order to get rid of the piranhas that are sitting over the door. Some kind of POW block activation is going to happen, and it's going to make grabbing that pink coin in the corner, the 5th pink coin, feel like something that's, you know, actually reasonable. Now, how is that going to work? It seems like I have to grab the pink coin, and then from that position, some kind of POW interaction must happen, from the way I understand this. Maybe it is something entity-based, but I doubt it given the way that the Goomba spawns are working. I mean, certainly I am supposed to jump up and grab that pink coin, and then it's a question of, okay, how do I land safely out of that? What kind of visual clue am I looking for? Hey, Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. And yeah, we're playing a new version of a level that I was kind of grinding away at for about an hour yesterday. This is a revision that is, well, I won't say harder or easier, because this is precisely the segment that we failed at for ages on the last stream. Dominating some jackpots, okay. Yeah, I have seen people play Jackbox from time to time on stream, and I know that, you know, it kind of works well as a one-person host kind of game. I've never actually played it myself. I tend to be around some people who are very, very serious about trivia games. As in, you know, people who actually went on trivia tournament circuits and such, and so. I am not myself a big trivia player, but I'm around enough of them that my sense of what trivia games are like are probably substantially more advanced than what Jackbox offers. And I kind of wonder how the people in that community would do at something like Jackbox, like whether it would have a very different kind of feel, or whether it would play to their skill level at all. Because what I've heard, and I've definitely read some articles about this, is that there definitely is kind of like a trivia metagame. People who play things like Quiz Bowl or University Challenge in the UK. You know what the Supreme Court in Nixby Hedden was about. What is that about? Unfortunately, I'm not really up on most of my significant landmark SCOTUS cases. Didn't know that that was the kind of thing that Jackbox would test, but that is, in any case, impressive. Jayhawk suggests maybe land and then jump for the coin. Oh, you mean on the right side? Yeah, maybe so. Okay, that worked way better. Ah, okay, okay. I didn't know about the invisible block. That changes things. I did not know about the invisible block, so I can just do a bit of a short hop there and hit up and get into the door before I hit the piranhas. So there is nothing that kills the piranhas, I just need to get in the door on the left side. Give me a moment to understand that. Supreme Court ruled that tomatoes are vegetables, so the New York Port Authority could avoid paying a fruit tax. That's very interesting. I have to read up on that, because I didn't know the Supreme Court was involved in that particular matter in terms of agricultural policy. Okay, pardon me, just a brief interruption. Okay. Yeah, I need to find a better falling timing, I think. I should get a couple of those Goombas out first, and then I have a little more flexibility in terms of where my jumping platforms are going to be. I should, I think, also go for the right side first. But probably easier said than done, just given how close the Goombas spawn to the one-way panels pointing down. Okay, I just fall off that last one. Okay, no. I need to keep the invisible... I feel like now, though, that with the new invisible block setup on the right side, that is now definitely not really readable blind. Whereas the previous way with the blue skulls could be. Of course, the issue that I'm sure you meant to fix with the blue skull platform on the left side previously is that it does run the risk of running into fallen Goombas, and that was something that caused quite a few deaths on our end on my previous set of attempts. Generally, though, I actually think the coin jumps feel a lot better than they did previously, simply because you can fall gently down the last coin and towards Divine. And being able to fall directly like that does simplify things when I'm going for the last coin, although obviously not. For instance. No. Jump pretty much right away. Just a short hop will do to aim for the invisible block. Yeah. Actually, that feels much nicer now that I... Whoops. Know that I can just fall directly to grab any of the lower coins that I have trouble with, like that. Way better, in fact. Way better, way better. We've got it. I've got the method. Okay, what's going on now? Checkpoint, and then it looks like there's a new extension to this level. This is new stuff. Okay, whoops. And of course we die immediately. Okay, this part of the level is totally new content to me. But I'm glad there was a checkpoint directly surrounding what we just saw. Okay, I have to bounce, bounce, and then there's going to be something interesting with the cursed key in terms of wrapping around. Very interesting. Okay. Now, let me think about that, because it seems like I need to be close to a piece which expiry, don't I? Whoops. Hey, Mr. Lesser, not running the Qbot tonight. I am just running codes kind of at my own personal discretion, so we do not have the bot managing the queue for me. Anything could be fruitful? Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. Oh, okay. I didn't know that Divine Spawn was going to happen. I probably should have waited to look for that, but we need to do nice high jumps in order to catch it. Definitely much more in keeping with some of the Divine theme of the course overall, but of course this is just totally new material, so... Let's wait it out. We shouldn't have waited out. We actually needed to wrap around, grab the cursed key, and come back to the left. So that was a bad idea. And what does that drop? Okay. And up through here with the cursed key, does that actually work? No, you have to bump the platform, of course. Okay, so now I know how to wrap around works. And we'll just... Okay. Let's do this again. Off we go. And we have to be mindful of Phanto. We stomp our way down here. Bump this, and hopefully wrap around safely before the mask decides to bite us in the face, because what Phanto does. Go. Close call. And here's Bowser with the end screen that we remember not so fondly from our last attempt. I died a lot on a previous attempt as well, just from getting bumped by the jump blocks and failing to get down to the vines that wrap around to the backs. Hey, Super Boss. Welcome back. Yeah, we are revisiting a new version of the level that I was playing for about an hour as my opening level yesterday. Most things we think of as nuts are not nuts, yeah. I do know that about cashews. Okay. Well, that's a bit of preparation for the jump block interaction that comes at the end screen right here. Okay, Puncher, come on. Here we go. And yeah, a lot of things were definitely retuned. I think I definitely do like the new red coin segment better than the old one. Oh, we actually got a record on this, which is surprising. And a lot less trouble with it simply because you are able to fall in order to get down to the vines. I think there's a lot more consistency with just the vine concept persisting through the whole level. Although, of course, you know, one or two spots do feel a little bit blind, and some blindness may have been introduced. So, well, thank you for that, Rammers. I don't know if that brought up any additional revisions that you are desperate to make, but we'll certainly be on the lookout for anything that might happen. Meantime, that is, I think, an extremely beatable record by anybody who cared to try. Okay, so I'm just going to move on and look at some other levels. As I said before, I'm just getting through some of my personal list, and then later on we will be getting through a preview of some of the makers who are involved with the first batch of the 4YMM anniversary project that is launching actually in a couple of hours. Later today, if you are in the EU, as a celebration of the first anniversary of Mario Maker. In the meantime, we'll play some other things. This is a level by Loop and Snoop that was also a celebration of the anniversary under the label 1YMM2, which is kind of a general label for anniversary celebrations that are not necessarily under the organized 4YMM anthology. So, Loop and Snoop created a level where Mario masters the dark art of platforming in the shadows. Happy 1YMM2. And Hot Chicken cleared this? Yes, and Hot Chicken I think is actually the only clear on this so far. So you may have seen this if this came up in a different stream, say within the last hour or two. And yeah, the release time for the 4YMM levels, in terms of when all the codes are going to be posted and shared, is, I'm just looking it up here, it is going to be 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, and 5 p.m. Central European. So that's when the codes are going to be kind of publicly released. Well, if you look at this timestamp, Super Boss, you'll see that the upload time, well, at least in my time zone, was really not too long ago. And so you might have seen an earlier version, and maybe this was uploaded with a revision. But in any case, I'll start this, and you'll know in a minute whether it is something that you have already witnessed. Started making a Metroidvania, looking forward to it, Hyperion Smokestack. Okay, so we see a smiley face on this level. Looks like a question block down here. It kind of makes me wonder if there's a camera locking trick that will make this accessible from down below. Kind of tempted to test it, but we'll just go on in the level for now and see what's going on. Dark level, that is of course based on the P-switches acting as lights. And oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. That it looks like there is a kind of hidden jump block and trampoline setup that allows you to use this as a teleportation point, and that the visual clue for that teleportation point appears to be the clock. Let's see if there's a way to get back there. No, there isn't. Okay. Actually, it might be a conveyor. Yeah, a combination of a conveyor pushing you to the right, followed by a jump block pushing. That's as far as I can see. Now that's interesting. Yeah, you wouldn't call it smiling? Okay, well. I guess it depends on how you read facial expressions. This is obviously going to pop something up on the top level, probably a spike block or something. Let's see. Oh no, it's going to be a bomb. And it's going to bomb that. Interesting what's going on with the switches. It's just using the P-switches as lights, but no. So let's bump our way up here. A lot of interesting things going on that are a little out of view. I just collected a 1-up, I think. By the sound of it. Now that's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's a really interesting screen transition. I'm sort of thinking about the tech that's involved in making that happen. In terms of how it enforces that you're actually going to go through that. Very interesting, actually. Now, what's going to happen? Yep. Okay, looks like we have some ice down here. Yeah, haven't seen it yet. Yep, it is very new. I mean, Loop is a very prolific maker. They're uploading all the time. But yeah, this one I kind of heard was in preparation for a little while. And it is my first time seeing the concept, though, and it is a very, very cool concept. Okay, what just happened there? That was a checkpoint. Now that's very interesting because it does mean that if I die, the checkpoint respawn is going to lower the camera position down here. Interesting that you have yet another smiley face, if you really call that smiling. Clearly there was a checkpoint down here and that there will be some camera manipulation if there is something like a forced death. I almost want to try that out, but let's go through the door and see how this looks. Hey, Dictionary Bullet Bill, welcome back. Hope you are doing well. Okay. Don't really know what the blue columns are about so far, except for the fact that we will eventually want to activate some kind of switch. If we activate the on-off switch and go back through the door, that is going to adjust the vertical camera height of the room that we just experienced in, so that's going to change a few things. Oh, bounced on something down there. Found something repetitive, which seemed to have stayed alive regardless. Wonder if it's just a wiggler down there or something in an advantageous position. Something hidden anyway. Okay, so we have kind of a fire passage that may open up. Yeah, a lot of fire. One-way panel's going to block us from doing anything down there. So that's going to be kind of phase 2 of this room when the dry bones come up again. I feel like I should be able to hit that. I don't think it'll do anything necessarily, but... yeah, no, I guess not. Oops. Now, everything is safe down there. Don't need to worry too much about it. It's mostly there to scare you. Yeah, there are definitely conveyors down there, but you'll notice the bounce sound effect as well. Okay, so let's fall down the ice and just kind of... there's definitely an on-off toggle that just happened. And yeah, it does seem that you are expected to, you know, press some kind of button to move out of position, and that some series... oh, I know how it works. I think I know how it works. It is based on the scroll lock, such that when you're off screen, the scroll lock breaks, you're carried off screen, everything goes dark, and then you respawn in a new screen that lights up when you've already moved over. I think that's how it's happening. I've seen this trick in a couple of levels that are kind of cutscene-oriented auto levels before. We might have time trouble here. That's still open on that side. How are we doing over here? Okay. Feels like I need to zap all of this. And I need to get the Mecha Koopa over to the right side, because that's how these will all die. Now let's drop this here. Let's see... I'm doing for time. If I run out of time, of course, we'll get to see what that checkpoint positioning was all about earlier. And here's another checkpoint. We'll probably need it, given the time issue we're experiencing here. It looks like the only way forward is through the door. And then up we go. And how are we doing here? Oh, I do need this guy to break everything on the left side, so keep him alive for the time being. Maybe not a great idea. I need to bump him on the right side, I think. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. And we know that for when we respawn at checkpoint 2. Okay. Let's do that again. Oh wait, there was something in the lower tracks in that room that was telling us something important. There was some kind of text message that was written in the tracks that I was not paying attention to at all. Yeah, let's run around. Let's just wait for the zap to activate. Okay, there we go. And then we'll get up to the next level. Nope, that was a mistake. Okay. Yeah, and you can definitely see the mecha resting on something down below. That was the door we came in from. Right, no, I actually want to ride this because then we don't fall through the one-ways. And we are through. Hey, some kind of cutscene is happening here. Might even be a music setup. Given how Luke has to do this kind of thing. Okay, 1YMM2, here's a cake. Celebrating with 4 candles, 4 years of Mario Maker, so... looks like that is the completion screen, and we are done. Hey, so... as I originally intended, I'm going to be looking at some of the makers that we'll shortly see more from in the first week or so. Week or two, I think, of releases from 4YMM. Some of them we've featured previously here, and some of them are going to be quite new. So I'm just going to pull up some of the codes I had written down to give you a bit of a grand tour of some of the people we can expect to see levels from when 4YMM releases later today EU time and tomorrow NA time. Have I seen a new level by kind? I actually have that marked down. If you're talking about the Magic Koopa one, the Magic Koopa statue, I had that marked down as something I do want to do later. I might actually do it right after this level, since you're recommending it. Because that was on my agenda. Okay, here's a Flip Switch Caverns. It is the most popular level by Naboo's. You can see just how popular it is. It came up just after the patch in April, and really seemed to ride high as, I think, one of the most played levels I've seen from the launch of the patch, with 145,000 footprints. Wow, that's incredible. So it says the cavern seems to react to you. Be careful and plan your jumps wisely. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look for that one. Ah, okay, this is a jump-based switch. I saw a lot of people playing with this contraption when the patch launched. Mostly using the SMB2 mushroom as the trigger, I think. Given that this is the night theme, and the SMB2 mushroom does react to. You can kind of see that bumping around on the right side of the screen as well, if you look at the top right. That's where that setup is happening. Here's a checkpoint. I love how responsive it is. And it just works very fluidly. I love seeing so many concepts from Super Mario Galaxy, really, start to work their way back into the 2D series. Okay. Go. Just have to read and plan. Yep, I featured some levels by Naboo's here on the stream before. Certainly one of the things that I appreciate about their work is just some of the cleanliness of the contraptions. Just how tidy they are in terms of working as intended. And you can definitely see that in action in this level. Okay, so let's plan this one out. Looks like I will want to go... I almost want to save... Well, vines to the left don't really increase my progress in any meaningful way. I feel like I have to really lunge for that platform that's all the way on the right. And maybe with the aid of kind of falling into it from the left. And no, that's not going to work at all. Yeah, there are quite a few changes to some of the item logic in Nightground that I've seen exploited already. Certainly the way that power-ups are manipulated has always been one possibility, and then that's very true of the SMB2 mushroom, which I believe is what is powering this level. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I feel like I should lunge all the way. Oh, interesting. That the detector did not trigger that time. It was unexpected. Yeah, okay. Wonder why it didn't go that time. Right after I was talking about the sort of cleanliness and reliability of mechanisms, of course. This level just had to go ahead and embarrass me like that. Okay, let's think about how... Whoops. Thinking too far ahead. Let's think about how we'll do this. Oh, okay, no. Because it's jump-based, we should think more in terms of how we might slide our way off the platform. Yeah, I agree. Except I need to be a little bit more accurate about how I'm going to do that. Yeah, it just took me a moment to realize that that was what was going on. But we've got it. We have it now. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now, that's going to be interesting with the piece switches. Let's try this a couple times. Piece switch is just going to enforce that we do this quickly. Hey, Tino, welcome. Glad to see you here. Tino, if you're sticking around, I actually did have one of your levels on the list that I might get through today. We might look at that in a bit. First, I'm just going to go back to that Magic Koopa level that Rammers and I were just talking about. I did see that come up on my list. Yeah, still have to play her world, actually, yeah. And this one we had already played as well, like that one was fantastic. Magic Koopa statue. Okay, I've got to point my Google Translate at this, because I do not read Japanese, so just give me a moment. I do have a method for dealing with this. I just get out my mobile device and I point the camera at it. It says, good until you stop casting magic bullets. Collapses when combined with a lift. Why is it happening? I thought that the items on the lift would not fall. However, something about the back. Something about more text. But the idea is that it's a Magic Koopa statue, and that there is going to be some kind of lift interaction, as you can see from the preview screen, of the Magic Koopa just kind of sitting on the lift platform surrounded by the bullet blasters. So let's see how this works. Yeah, the Bullet Hell one was recommended to me last week, and I played it, and it was excellent. Really, really enjoyed it. Okay, so... Oh, look at this! It's a Magic Koopa statue because Magic Koopa stands completely still. That is a really neat trick. Completely still. And of course something is going to activate it. Like, a really neat trick to constrain it like this. Okay. I'm just wondering how this works. Oh, whoops. Missed a 50 coin, of course. Yeah. We see that it is partly from how it's constrained on either side by the blasters. That would not have been the case in the previous rooms, though, so I'm just kind of wondering what is going on with this guy. Mr. Electro Dude, thank you for showing up. Yeah, just doing a backlog night as usual, with a bit of a focus on some of the people who are in the project. And the project levels themselves, when they, at least in a couple hours, I think, of course the votes might be up early, but I think Kavik on his stream probably wants first crack at introducing some of them, so I'll be playing them later in the week. But I think getting a sense of what the individual makers are all about, probably a good idea, because some of them I've only played a few of theirs. We were actually just talking about the Bullet Hell level that you had recommended to me previously, because a number of people here had played that already and were all extremely impressed. Oh, whoops. Wanted to adjust my position. Of course, we just died. Okay. Okay, there we go. And not going to go for a 50 coin this time. Say. Nope, I want to jump, and that did not go. And yeah, that's not going to give me much to work with. Nope. That won't give me much to work with either, but we'll move on. Yeah, this tech is something to play with in the editor, I think. Okay, so on-off switch is going to do something in this boss fight. It seems like P-switch is on the conveyor in the bottom row, and that we will need to hit a series of on-off switches in order to have something make it over to the muncher. Oh, have muncher make it over to the left for the P-switch. Yeah, it is the way that the Mech Koopa is simply confined by both columns on the left side. I think that's actually all there is to it. Of course, it has to be kind of glued to the platform to stay in place. But it seems like the Big Koopa, when you just have straight columns on either side, we've seen it done with ground blocks, we've seen it done with blasters, we've seen it done with on-off now. When it has the blue mecha stacked on top of it, I don't know how critical that is to making it work, but yeah, just something about the way the Magic Koopa's position is just restricted, I think. Like, it might be something simple, unless there is some other kind of stacking trick that I have no idea about, which I have to play with this in the editor and see how it works, because this is very, very curious. Yeah, ELB makes sense if it's based on a projectile limit. Yes, absolutely. I didn't know that it would also affect the teleportation. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually, given that we aren't really spawning anything that would interfere with that. Or despawning anything that would interfere with that. But that's interesting that it would work with the on-off in the boss segment, though. In that you would unblock the columns and then they would be able to fire. Like, that's something that we still need to piece together. Okay. Go. Yeah, it can't shoot, but then we have to figure out what's going on with the on-off then, because clearly unblocking the on-off on either side is what allows them to fire. But the fact that they are trapped in position is certainly something that is relevant here. Okay. Not too intense once you understand how to defend yourself. Okay. Oh. Oops. I don't know why I thought that timing was going to work. Okay, pardon me. Let's get back to here. Yeah, really interesting level so far. Okay, back we are. Still don't know about this question block here. Whoops. Mistake. Okay. And here we are. Whoops. Too close. Okay, just 2 more taps should do it. Of course, that's when we start running out of trouble. Okay, and here we go. Oh, now they enter the arena. Oh, interesting. That's... yeah, I guess it is something to do with the blue Koopa stacking then. In that... once they were eliminated, they were able to pop into the screen here. And then I guess that would be something that is base. I'm still thinking about this tech because this is absolutely fascinating to watch. Also, notice the one up there. We missed something important. Just going to poke around here. I doubt the entry point will be anywhere around here, but you know, looking at that pipe set up on the ceiling, you never know. And that's giving me a lot of X's. Okay, looks like we have some kind of bonus segment coming. Okay, here's a frog. What is this all about? Okay. That's frozen in place. And now it has a spiny stacked on top of it, clearly. More than one, in fact. We've got two spinies there that have the firing time on the orthogonal and diagonal patterns synchronized. That burst. Yeah, some kind of stacking trickery going on. For sure. Very neat. Something we're going to have to prepare for, I think, when it comes to more bullet hell concepts that are going to come our way. And yeah, we've got a frog, but we'll take the other one. Yeah, I see a lot of interesting levels. This is still one of the more interesting ones I've seen in a very long time. Of course, now that we are swimming, I guess I can't really spot those guys, or can I? Huh. Wouldn't want to try that anyway with a spiny potential hidden. I always have to remember what the logic is like in the kind of mixed themes like this. I'm swimming and they're not. I feel like I should be able to jump on things. Nope. Yeah, okay, so that's the trick to it. Is you have some kind of spiny stacking. Of course, we're going to grab all these 50 coins, and out of the bonus segment we go. Yeah, you can bot them, you just take damage from the spiny afterwards. Whoa, that was close. Well, that was extremely interesting. Look at that 50-second record. What is that 50-second record about? Some kind of shenanigans are going on there. I look at that 50-second record and I am suspicious. Yeah, very cool to save that tech for the secret challenge, I agree. Hey, Tino, let's look at one of yours. I had one of yours marked out. I actually had to start clearing out my followed list because it turns out there is a 100 maker limit on the followed list, and I did in fact hit that limit. Okay. Toru Kagaku no Railgun. About 1.5%. Platform your way through fiery sections to escape. Dark Castle. Okay. Let's jump in and take a look. Okay. Looks like we are back to platforming where we can kind of understand what's going on again. Whoops. The high bounce, but everything here is pretty manageable, I think. Just need to read the level successfully for the first time. Whoops. Okay. There we go. Okay. Whoops. I saw the coin down there. I didn't actually see what was going to happen because I was not reading lower track. But yeah, I guess that's just a continuation of the platform that I had been riding previously. Whoops. Double title is the name of an anime you really love. Okay. No, I think it's kind of neat occasionally to just make titles that are a little more personal than when you can explain them to people and introduce them to that you might not have known about before, so I don't mind reference titles all that much. Okay. And what's going on here? POW blocks, okay. Whoa, that was... Okay, good. Glad I actually got a second chance at that one. And let's drop down. And here we go. Whoops, going a little bit too fast there. For my own good. Still going a little too fast for my own good. Should really watch that crawling spike top at the bottom a little more carefully. There we go. I think I was just accustomed to everything else asking me to jump right away. That threw off my expectations. Okay. Whoops. Hanging a little too far to the left there and just got clipped by the edge of the muncher. Sometimes I go too fast. Not very often. But I think when a level kind of conditions me to going fast, I assume that it's going to work that way almost the whole way through. I'm usually pretty careful, you know. But you know, you start to develop certain expectations of pacing once you've been on a level for a bit. Whoops, okay. I got trapped between the POWs. That was something I did not expect at all. Just needed to have a bit more jump height going into that segment there. I definitely felt like I was already a little off my intended pattern as I was going off the wiggler. So, let's just fall down. No, wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Kind of surprised this is down in the 1% zone, actually. It feels like it should be higher, but then what do I know? It's hard to tell sometimes because that would vary a lot by the length of the level. One feels pretty relaxed so far, I guess. Sort of 1 to 2% kind of is expected. It feels a lot like the same kind of tuning as a lot of Buffalo stuff, for instance, where you don't really need advanced technique, you just need to be attentive. Okay, there we are. And the coin marking is quite good, I think, in general. Not too much, not too little. Here we are. Okay. Now, what's Wendy doing there? Now, it looks like I am supposed to go over. I wonder why I have to go over, though, because looking at the way the falling platform approaches the lower icicle, I feel like there actually is room to go down below, but I might just be totally wrong. More plays, lower clear rate. That's very true. I'd forgotten about how popular this was already. You know, once the endless crowd gets its hands on something. Completely. The statistics. Okay, there we go. And drop. Whoops. Not paying attention to landing zone on Wendy that time. Okay, actually, yeah, a little bit more careful. Here we are. I said a little bit more careful. That was not true. Okay. Over. Over. And here we are. Okay, yeah, short bounces will do. Give the POWs enough time to spawn, to actually run off of that thing, of course. You wanted to ask me if I've come across any Link Super Worlds. I have to think about that, if I've seen anything that is 100% Link. I don't know that I have. I've seen some puzzle worlds that have a lot of Link puzzles. I'm sure there is some kind of Link dungeon world somewhere. Oh, actually, now that I think about it... So, there was one maker who was really popular early on in this game. I think just went by Majora, and they were on the top list all the time because they made a lot of the most popular dungeon remakes before the Link costume was even available, and mostly Ocarina of Time remakes. I know that all of those levels were remade once the Link power-up actually came out, and they may have been reorganized into a Link dungeon world. I don't know for sure, but I would expect that to have been the case, that they were actually put together in a world, since they had already sort of made enough dungeons to fill the world, for sure. Okay, I had to wait for Wendy to come down, and it looked like Wendy was just a little bit being uncooperative about coming out of her shell form. Okay. Down and back up. And okay. Show Wendy who's boss. Yeah, I pulled back a little bit on my timing that time to give Wendy time to deflect and come back out of shell form, and then I just pulled back a little bit too aggressively. Overcorrected. And here we go. Okay, that worked well that time. And we are through. And that's a heart. I'm going to collect the entire heart I can. And see if there's anything over here. Nope. Here we are. Okay, great to catch up on that one from Tino. But yeah, actually, since you asked about Link World, I'm not going to play it at this moment. I'm going to see if I was actually right about Majora having uploaded theirs into a world. I don't know if that was the case. Oh my goodness, my list. I had to curate some of this thing. Yeah, I might have to dig it up for you later, actually. In the meantime... Yeah, Tino says, I actually consider myself more as an easy level maker, so that level was a bit of an exception. Yeah, I've seen that some of yours had much higher clear rates all around, including some of the ones we had played previously. So yeah, I'm going to pull up some of the levels by people who are going to be coming up this week. I'm going to start with a brief super world with a very high clear rate. Dig up the code. I might actually have to punch in the code. I don't remember. There's ID inside this game, but this is CTRX. I believe it's from Japan, which is why I don't remember how all their names are labeled. Yeah, CTRX. That wasn't my list. I didn't see earlier. So I'm just going to play the Super World quickly. It's 5 courses. I did see in advance that they all have very high clear rates. Should go by fairly quickly. I have no idea what CTRX had in mind for YMM, and I don't know how close this will be to that experience, but we'll take a look regardless. Now, before I start, just 1 minute, I'll be right back. And you said it was one of your harebrained ideas, like traversing to the dungeon and back and forth. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, well, looking forward to what you have in mind for that Metroidvania you were talking about earlier. In the meantime, let's take a look at the 5 levels from the Super CTRX. Okay, we're going to begin with a bank of 5 lives, so we can't be completely careless. And it's going to be 2-1, so I guess this is just the world at 2, beginning with Flower Frontier. Yeah, this is all iced up already. And, yep. I mean, I expected with a world that this was going to be something relatively traditional, and probably much more traditional than what we will actually see from CTRX in the project. Oh, whoops. I don't know how I was not watching that. I just glanced away from the screen for a moment, and there you go, being very careless with a bank of 5 lives already. Okay, here we are. And what has popped that? Looks like there is a bit of a fire flower spot here. If we are sufficiently careful. Angry Sun, interesting, okay. Didn't expect the Angry Sun to come out in this ice world, but the Angry Sun does give us one solution for ice over here. Here we go. That was not what I expected. Okay. Okay, this is pretty interesting. I see. And then the Angry Sun is going to spawn now. Really interesting that you have a state change that is dependent on the sun. Okay, scratch what I said about this just being very traditional. This is actually a pretty fascinating variant. Hey, DI Progan, welcome back. And here we have a Super Ball. Not something we see every day. Okay, let's get out of here before the sun just eradicates everything that we can stand on. Yeah. For something that feels like a traditional level in a traditional world, this is definitely unconventional when it comes to the actual tech that has been woven in. I feel like I've seen very few uses of the Angry Sun that have been effectively woven into the level quite like this, so. And we'll just have to wait for it to get out of our way so we can keep this Super Ball. Okay. Wonder if there's anything down here. We can wait for the sun to just kind of open up the pipe for us in case there is anything. And of course there is. Of course there is. It's gonna be a yay. And yeah, gonna have a very classic style ending. Yeah, the Angry Sun can be hard to work with simply because it is one of those elements that First of all, it doesn't interact with that much, and secondly, is dependent on the screen position. But if you are locking the screen position as you would typically do for a scroll locked boss room, then that doesn't matter. And okay, continue. So the ice world continues with Dash 2, which is below freezing. And yeah, this is meant to be a little bit of a lake because, of course, Nintendo won't just give us fluid boxes. And still have Cheep Cheeps bouncing around in the frozen lake, so I guess that's still within their natural habitat. We're going to completely fail to get that 10 coin. And then, yeah, below freezing. That's certainly accurate as we head into this frozen lake that is beneath that top layer of ice. Now, what else is going to happen here? That's going to break. I actually really strongly suspect that one of these blocks is going to give us something interesting. And yeah, there it is, something interesting. Okay, we're going to get above in order to grab the 10 coins safely. Here we are. And yep, our flower. Okay, let's keep going. Oops. A little bit incautious. Guessing I probably did want to keep the fire flower for something that will require it at the very end. But let's have to deal with the loss. Of course I'm going to check the right side. We've been trained very well on this by Super Mario World itself. Prologue is just going to prevent us from going any further there, though. Whoops. Bobbing our head a little too high. Yeah, good question about the P-Balloon. I had not tested that. I'm not surprised that Mr. Electric Dude has tested that, given what a workout you have given the P-Balloon already. And let's keep going. And of course you can see on the title image that the fact that it was a frozen lake is something that was matched in the map screen. And so now we'll have to see what is going on with sand that is in the middle of this sky world. So this is tornado warning. Well, that kind of answers our question about the sand as we in for some twister tech, I'm sure. Okay, this is all breakable to the right side, by the way. Didn't really have a way to take advantage of that. Not that we're expecting a hammer suit or anything of the sort. I mean, the kind of back and forth interaction with the Angry Sun in that first level definitely had me expect things. Okay, we'll pop that. Why not? Nice. As you can see, the Twister level is actually buried below ground. And that's purely an aesthetic thing, but I think it works well. Program, this is a world by CTRX, who is one of the makers, a Japanese maker, who is going to be featured as one of the makers that are introduced in the first batch of 4YMM when it is uploaded later today in Europe and tomorrow morning if you are in NA. You're in Europe, so later today for you. The first batch of uploads should be coming within the next few hours with an official launch at 5 PM CEST, and Reykjavik's stream is going to be where the launch party will presumably be held. So yeah, CDRX is one of the makers who is featured in that project, so we're just running this 5-level world to showcase what he's all. And, whoops. Okay, yeah, you can pound your way through there. Or just drop your way through there, as I was doing. Let's check to see if there's anything else interesting going on. And here we go. Looks like that's going to be another sort of invisible block thing that's going on with those coins. Let's get rid of this guy first. No, just coins. Oh, I should have known better than to do that, given that. Seen similar parachute and twister setups in my own levels, in fact. Yeah, it actually prevents you from doing ground pound. You get lifted up before you're able to make the hit. Make the hit like that, but I would need something else, like Spike Ball, to take out this dry bones here. I should have considered that in the first place. Look at that, that's kind of cool. And a 1-up, of course, would have been suspended in position. Now, we've seen that bonus room already. Really neat use of a twister to disguise the bonus room entrance, of course. Or to at least obstruct it, not really disguise it. And yeah, I would have needed a high bounce off one of the tri-bones in order to reach this point here. Probably not going to risk that, but whoops. Oh, there's got to be something in this tree. You know there's something in this tree. Yeah. Nice. 1YMM2, we actually did see a level that was branded with that earlier. I wasn't clear on whether that was a collected project, but of course I did see your contribution to that in the previous version that you had sent me yesterday. Yeah, we had previously looked at Lupin Snoop's level for 1YMM2. And yeah, good to know that people are just generally excited about uploading levels for the first anniversary. So this will be after the rain. Sure, it has no relation to the piece by John Coltrane. Actually, one of my favorite Coltrane ballads, After the Rain. Featuring some lovely piano work by the great McCoy Tyner, who just passed away back in March. Definitely something worth looking into if any of you are even remotely into jazz. But in this level, the sort of rain motif is pretty much going to consist entirely of what the icicles off-screen are adding to the raindrop aesthetic. And Hyperion Smokestacks, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the cheer, and thank you for dropping by, and I'll definitely see you around later in the week, and do look forward to the 4YMM levels. I'm sure you'll get quite a kick out of them when you see them tomorrow morning your time. That is something we'll be featuring on this stream at some point. I haven't decided the exact time slot that I'm running that yet. It will, of course, depend on how long it takes me to actually run all of those. Oh, this is going to be a spin jump position. Yep, it is off-screen icicles, yep. I've seen that raindrop method used quite a few times. Oh, we missed our opportunity on that. Might as well grab it, not that we need that many lives for the remainder of this world. Just a little bit too low.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
And yeah, Progan, I did see that you had the upload with the revisions to that level that we went through yesterday, and I managed to look briefly at that, not on stream. I just kind of poked around with it out of curiosity when I saw it come up earlier. And okay, so we have 64 ninjas on the castle, compared to 69 at the very start of the world, so... A lot of people sticking it through to the end. We get to 2-5, catch a cloud. Alright, let's catch a cloud at some point, I'm sure. Oh, I see, it's disguising the vines. It is stacked on top of vines, and that's how everything here is going to work. Really neat concept once again. It's, considering that it is just a spin on interactions that you would see in a traditional level, you still see that, you know, one little gimmick that doesn't take away from how relaxed and easy everything else is going to be. And yeah, that's kind of a concept that's communicated very elegantly right away, and very easy to understand. Yeah, I could imagine that taking some time. You know, just to play it over, or whatever fixes you mean to make. But, you know, levels that are of that level of complexity, I think the quality checks are always worthwhile, so... Okay, let's try to jump up to the 30 coin. Don't know if we actually have room to do so. There we go. Simply put, yesterday was all bug squatting. Yeah, that. I think when it comes to puzzle interactions in particular, that's pretty essential. That, you know, in the end, you come up with something that you're proud of and which doesn't run into so many problems when you send it to streamers who are a little more insistent on final version. Oh, whoops. Came down a little bit low, but hey, we stole a trampoline, so it was all worthwhile. Oh, whoops. I thought I could just reach for the top level, and I was wrong. So Super Boss, I am climbing the clouds because there are definitely vines that are buried underneath. You can just barely see them if you look at how they connect to the ground blocks that are directly above them. But you'll notice that each of these clouds has at least two tiles of ground, that, or in this case a pipe, that is just disguising it, and that's because the minimum length of the vines is 3. What happened here? Oh, no, I should just go up. That was where I came down in the first place. But yeah, because the vines are all at least 3 blocks tall, you'll notice that every time you see a cloud in this level, that it will have minimum 2 blocks of ground or something else over it, disguising the vine. And it hides it well. Like, I do love that it's making use of that specific kind of overlap, because it's nice when you can have something a little bit unconventional that still works very, very consistently in context. This level. Okay, going to outpace this guy ever so slightly. We are through to this checkpoint. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if CTRX gives us something for 4YMM that is also kind of around this difficulty tuning to fill in for some of the levels on the easier side. Because this is, for a sort of easy traditional level, actually still decently interesting, and it does make me wonder what kind of concepts are in store. And I believe that's going to be it for this. Oh, I see. So that's just a bit of a fake out because there is no vine on top of one of these clouds. Yeah, look at that. It just drops you. Neat trick. Okay. Super Boss is going to request one of the most popular requests on this channel, which is number 69. And so, yeah, let's just tap it out quickly and then... get right to that after the ending screen. Conditioned them and then fooled them. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't actually punishing. It was just a little bit of a joke at the end of this set. Okay, so let's pull up a bit of a fan favorite. I actually should have left it on the completion screen, but I'll put up the overlay anyway and give a quick reading of Shakespeare's Sonnet number 69. Definitely a fan favorite among the requests I get on this channel. Those parts of thee that the world's eye doth view want nothing that the thought of hearts can mend. All tongues, the voice of souls, give thee that due, uttering bare truth, even so as foes commend. Thy outward thus with outward praise is crowned, but those same tongues that give thee so thine own, in other accents do this praise confound, by seeing farther than the eye hath shown. They look into the beauty of thy mind, and that in guess they measure by thy deeds. Then churls their thoughts, although their eyes were kind, to thy fair flower, and rank smell of weeds. But why thy odour matcheth not thy show? The soil is this, that thou dost common grow. Okay, so thank you for that request, Super Boss. I hope you enjoyed that, and yeah, we'll see. I do mean to make a pricing adjustment to some of the rewards and kind of bump them up sometime over the next few streams, and hopefully introduce some new rewards to fill in the lower tiers as well. But there's a lot of that stuff that I've been putting off doing, so we'll definitely have to get that in order for future streams, especially now that so many people have stuck around as regulars and have been amassing tons of points for more Shakespeare readings. Always very grateful, by the way, for all the returning viewers that we get here. So I'm going to pull up something that is by... Wait for it. Okay, so this is something by Cypher. Now, Cypher, I have actually not really played his Maker 2 stuff. I actually remember him from Maker 1 because one of the first things I really caught up on when I went back to Maker 1 back in early 2019 to see what the community had been up to and all that time was one of Cypher's levels, which was Go With The Flow, which I think was the water level. That was a kind of a puzzle level for 1YMM, and that still sticks out to me as one of the most memorable water levels that I had seen back in the Maker 1 cycle. And so, looking forward to great things from Cypher as we get into 4YMM, and in the meantime, we'll take a look at a level from April that was before the patch called Garden of Gales. Sometimes in the winds of change, we find our true direction. And yeah, definitely from that's very lively Dutch maker scene that I'm sure you'll know all about. Once again, one of those very well-represented maker nations, alongside Germany and Italy to some extent, especially Germany. Okay. Seems like a lot of makers come out of there, at least in the kind of communities we frequent. Okay, gonna grab that little bonus there. And what's going on here? Okay, that's going to notify us that there's going to be a bit of a safe platform. Notice this little decoration here with the vine kind of popping up into the plant that's already part of the ground art. That's kind of neat. Very pretty level to be sure. And you can definitely spin jump on this guy. Don't know what... Oh, okay. So we have to pay attention to something that's going to happen with an on-off state change. That's very obviously what's going to happen. That at some point we're going to hit on-off, and then redo this part of the level with some changes that we still haven't witnessed. Let's head down here. I didn't even pay attention to that stump with the blaster on top that was on the right side. That seemed kind of important. And of course this is going to be with the Gusty Garden music, given that it is a gusty garden. Okay, let's actually be careful here for once. Now, good thing we had practice with all the falling Goombas out of pipes in the Rammer's level earlier. Has seemed to make some of the parachute Goomba jumps just slightly easier. Obviously, not trivial. Grab a mushroom. Yeah, here we go. Sure, we'll kill it. Yeah, clearly something that's going to go on with the on-offs, and worrying about this guy too. Blaster lock that on the right side. I wonder if that's just a timing lock, actually. Not really sure how to get past this guy here. Over to the mushroom on the right side, but I'm sure when we retread the level, some of that may become clear. Down we go. Okay. Up out of there. Pretty simple so far. Okay, got off on the head right there. Yeah, not great timing from us. But then again, I'm not really looking at some of the indications properly there. Pretty sure. Okay. Get past this chomp again. Get past that chomp the violent way. And down we go. Okay. That was a little safer than the pattern I was using earlier. Let's actually just wait for one round of this. Okay, fine, we'll take it. Parachute jumps. Always a little bit unwieldy. I love these garden decorations, by the way. Look at these tracks that are just kind of meant to be garden gates. I think that's clearly what they are. Garden arches. Yeah, arches. That's what I'm looking for. And, okay, what's going on here? I guess we have to boost up nice and high. Maybe run from the lower level and up. Huh, curious. I wonder if there was something here that we killed by mistake, like a Goomba that was supposed to spawn. I'll just go back and try to respawn something in case. No, I need to grab a Goomba, and I need to throw it onto that twister. That's clearly the interaction I'm looking for. Yeah, there we go. No. I have to let it wake up. Will it wake up when it is trapped in a twister? We'll see. Yes, it does. We know that from watching the one on the left. Okay, nice little micro puzzle interaction. Not really a puzzle, but just a little interactive thing that you have to do that is slightly non-standard. Always glad to see those. And here's the walk that we were seeing earlier, and we go back through this level from right to left. And yeah, it looks like a couple things are going to change here with the on-off toggle. And up we go. And okay. Okay, over and through. Okay, going to be another on-off toggle that's coming our way soon. Watch out for it. And yeah, down to pipe, I guess. Way to go. Checkpoint on the other side that's going to wrap around that room in a bit of a figure 8 pattern. Presumably open up the pathway to the left. Alright, let's see what the bone shell is all about. Okay, release that. Toggle this switch, and yep, back through the door we go. Oops. Here we go. And yeah, whoops. I don't know how I slipped like that. Okay. Let's do this the same way we did before. Launch him over here. And just let him wake up. He'll walk over. And in the meantime, we'll just be patient about that. It's not like it would have gone any faster if we had just dumped him directly into Twister. Oh, whoops. No, that was a mistake. Did not mean to actually grab that. There we go. Just wait for it to wake up once again. And forward. Okay. Sure. And okay. This is all familiar to us by now. Whoops. Thought that I was going to bump my head on that thing. And yeah, let's just drop down and redo all of that. Okay. No. I was about to say, let's not die to the simple things, and then we died actually to the same simple thing as last time, except in the opposite direction. Nope, not this guy. We do need him to get up to the next level. Grab this one from the garden arches instead. Actually, I need this one on right to wake up first. Just... nope. Nope, that's a mistake. Luckily, we have refreshes on all of these. Okay, here we are. Now let's hope it wakes up. There we go. Kind of a nice obstacle, actually. Takes a little bit of waiting for the wake-up time. But then, we continue. And, yeah, okay. Wait this again. And back, unfamiliar. Sure. Okay. And yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, you love how even POWs can be thrown into them? Yeah, because anything that preserves a POW and keeps it alive, I think, is always potentially useful. Such as the trampoline interactions that we've also seen in some of the POW escort levels. Oh, whoops. Okay. Not the end of the world if we lose that. Yeah. Let's just get rid of him. Okay, let's make it through this properly. Go. And back we go with another on-off toggle to clear the way. Now, let's grab the checkpoint by compressing some of these. Yeah, I guess the passage is not what we thought. I originally expected that we'd just come out through a pipe like this and wrap around to the left side, but I guess that's just a bone refresh. It allows us to come down here. Okay, interesting door position over there, or some kind of reset that might be vital. We haven't seen what. Could be, but... Okay, we'll just go under. Yeah, reset door for if you probably lose the shell, I think, and get an opportunity to go back to start, because here we will require a shell in order to head up to the next segment, right here. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a fair bit of back and forth. Whoops. Okay. I was thinking at some point that we would need another jump off a boom rat like we had been doing previously. And yeah, this would walk you away from getting a new shell. But past checkpoint, I don't think that matters because we'll get another one anyway. Yeah. Here. There we go. Nope. And that's why we need reset. We are. Did I hit this thing already? No, I didn't. And I know because of the placement of that blaster lock. I guess that would be belt-based. You have a twister on a conveyor belt, and the twister manipulates the... it's actually on a track, actually. Get it? Like, not the twister itself, but something is on a track in terms of how that's controlled. I was thinking it might be a conveyor, in terms of how the twister moves out of position to let everything drop. Okay, I guess we don't really need this guy after all. At least I don't think we do. Whoops. Twisters, of course, always cause a little bit of difficulty. Cannon on a conveyor? Yeah, it could be. Alright, let's go back. No. Yeah. Still thinking about that Magikoopa statue we saw earlier. I think that's probably still the most interesting piece of tech that we have seen in this session, and is likely to remain so. Oops. Yeah, coming a little bit low off some of these twisters. Okay. We made it, but here's the shell. And everything will change. Right? Yeah, we can just go back. Right, because that would drop the blaster lock. And we can proceed on this side, and that's the goal. Okay, so that was Garden of Gales by Cypher. Now, while we are at it, just kind of taking a look at my list here that I'm working with. Yeah, let's actually take a look at one more from Cypher. There was another one from April, I think, or thereabouts that caught my attention. Here it is, Brackenheart. So yeah, this was from early April, back when we were still on a 2.0 patch. Look at that design of what looks like an eye. An eye of a great underwater monster staring at us from the previous screen. It says, treasure diving plus stormy night. Fun. Don't wake up the Leviathan, though. Yeah, let's see what this is all about. I'm expecting some dark underwater, perhaps. That is exactly what it's going to be. Rather jolly underwater music for a dark treasure hunt like this. Yeah, you like the tech more than the platforming? Yeah, perhaps so. But the kind of Goomba and Twister interaction was kind of interesting in terms of setting that up, like a little bit of waiting time, but... Oh, whoops. It's dark and full of terrors. Look at how the pipe entrance on that lower level was kind of decorated with the blue semi-solid. A lot of attention to the little things like that. It's definitely... You often expect from Cypher, a very pretty level. And here we go. And looks like they're a way to go but down, back into the water. Okay, everything in here is just going to stay still. Explore a little bit. Nothing out here. Except perhaps a bit of a safety zone. The icicle at least is visible. Now that's going to be some kind of scroll break. That's going to raise this massive looper stack. I think we may have woken the Leviathan that we were warned about earlier. But that perhaps having switched to the on-off switch, we'll have a state change coming back here. And yeah, as you can see, that's very much a Cypher concept. And again, something that I remembered from his creations in Maker 1, that you would have levels that, even before the introduction of the on-off switches, based on this kind of state switching that would allow you to rethink what the level was all about. And yeah, I guess the bloopers are meant to be tentacles. Like, they're meant to be read as one continuous tentacle here with a little pincer on the end. So in that sense, it is like, if any of you have played Tropical Freeze, the level Irate 8 of Tropical Freeze, which is just one giant chase with a sea monster that takes up the entirety of the screen. And it has many things that are like this, where, you know, this is kind of cool. Where you are dealing with the tentacles just kind of reaching out everywhere. And yeah, we'll see how to deal with the rest is coming away. Not really sure about what artistically the spiny balls coming out of the red pipes are meant to represent. Let's get rid of this tentacle. It's room to proceed. Yeah, very rare that we see something in night underwater that actually works. Now, this one's kind of working out quite well. We just sneak our way over. Very cautiously. Oh, whoops. And yeah, this is cracking you up, as you were saying. You also made the same observation about the tentacles. And yeah. Pass through here and see what happens once we get back above the deck of the ship. Suppose that's what the treasure hunt is all about, is we'll be having the ship as our base of operations. And of course, last time we saw it, it was already under attack. Okay, actually going to pay attention to this time. Cut back here quickly at least. Whoops, there we go. And let's tap this. Look at this little spot here. It's almost like it's implying a scroll break of some sort. But yeah, I doubt we'll actually be coming through there at all. Looks like this is just going to be a chase now. Underwater chase. And that the toggle of the on-off switch is going to matter here. That's going to get us through this central column, which of course is decorated with a blue semi-solid to match. Whoops. No, we should stay in between. I was trying to outpace this by going forward, and there is a little bit of a gap that allows you to do that, but I think that's a bad idea. Let's not do it that way. Yeah, that hitbox. Oops. Okay. Here we are again. A lot of tentacles everywhere. And, yeah. Okay, let's let everything drop. And it's gonna drop as well. And on we go. Yeah, let that tentacle politely give us plenty of room to work with before we get into the big chase. Okay, no need to get careless here. We can just stay in between the two tentacles and remain fairly safe. Going to go for that 10 coin, but then I thought better of it. Okay, through that one-way panel. Yeah, look at this. This is the eye. Eye is just kind of glaring at us. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gotta really run for it. Get up there and plant a tentacle, and here we are back in the ship. We have a locked door up ahead, and that's going to be interesting, I'm sure. Like, there will be some kind of tentacle battle that'll put us back here. Okay, boss time. Alright. We already have an on state, but that just tells me that we'll probably have to come back here and hit the switch at some point once everything has been activated. Clearing out all these coins was probably a bad idea, given that it gave us our landing locations. Okay. Like we just kind of... Whoops. Oh, I did not expect to get pushed by the lower block like that. That was maybe a bit of a surprise. Yeah. You've actually seen this boss before. Okay, interesting. Ah, yes, I wasn't watching the way that this was protected by semi-solid, I think, plus ground tiles. Well, this tentacle is going to start moving. Okay, on-off block is just going to push us through. Whoops, so, okay, that's going to move. Well, I mean, it did seem like this is an extremely popular level already, so I'm surprised that it would be something familiar as well as visually very memorable. This is certainly my first time seeing it. And okay, let's... well, that was a... not exactly a great display of tentacle fighting skill. Given that, you know, everything was just kind of standing still for us. Alright. Hit this. Have to make a bit of an adjustment for the way I pop out of that dotted line block. I see. Okay, you know, they are topped with trampolines to make that interaction happen. That is something that's intended by design. You have to land on them fairly accurately while they're wiggling back and forth. And at least it's very quick to get from the checkpoint back to the boss room. So, no worries with that. Now, why is this guy not moving? Okay, now he's moving. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just have to read the pattern, I think. I mean, the stacking definitely looks a very irregular one in motion, and so planning around how to land on these stacks accurately is something that perhaps should not be rushed. Okay. Oh, whoops. We definitely activated something on that attempt. And yeah, let's just go back and try this once more. I am, of course, quite fond of room-sized boss spectacles like this. I see there's a bit of a bomb thing going on the right side, a scroll break. Oops. And I certainly heard that activate when I did run around for the third switch activation. So, I assume there will be some kind of chase segment, escape, out the right side of that initial screen once we are done the dance around all the wiggling tentacles. Okay, alright. And here we are. Okay, so far so good. Okay, and that opens up as expected. I totally saw that. I just was very bad at paying attention to it. Whoops. Definitely getting a little bit careless all around. But, you know, it'll look great when we have all of that fixed up. Okay. Simple concepts, just a lot of pattern reading that is very irregular. And which takes a little bit of caution. Oh, have to toggle this one last time. Why didn't I just do that the first time for my own safety and protection? Okay, and that escape is pretty much complete, but I want to see what's on the right side over here. Okay. Just a lot of tentacles. So yeah, that's Krakenheart, a Splatoon level by Cypher. So I'm going to go on with one of the other makers who I believe is going to be in the week 1 batch. Some of these I have not played before, and so it is partly out of curiosity. Okay, so here's one from Gilmore. That's under 2%, but it is a hard acorn suit level that is only one section. Squirrel Suit Scramble. I think it's pretty kind of impressive for that depiction of a creature that is supposed to resemble a genetic mutant squirrel that is in the cover image. That looks like a spectacular beast of an animal. And even the angry sun, or at least I guess the NSMBU mildly perturbed sun, is looking mildly perturbed at what kind of squirrel this land has created over a million years of emergent evolution. So let's take a look. Yeah, this is from mid-May. The acorn is going to give us a bit of a wiggle there, and... Okay, no. How was that on-off switch going to happen? It looked like... Okay, no, that's just going to activate by itself. I don't need to worry too much about it. Looking at an on-off switch and thinking, do I really have to get up there and hit that? And the answer is no. Definitely felt like I needed to do a wall cling on the stack of the red blocks there, get off of that, and then wall cling onto the blasters. Okay. Okay, pretty simple to navigate so far. No, I did need to do the wall cling on the blasters yet again. And if I'm watching the track markers accurately, I would know that I'm supposed to do that. The track markers are in fact something I can trust. The artwork of the mutant squirrel, I'm not sure I can trust that, but the markers I can definitely. Hey, the awesome lap, welcome back. Are doing well. Oops. Okay, I totally love that attempt. Okay, wrap around. Up. Nope, coming in too low.
Oh no!
Yeah, I should actually use the twirl a little bit more often than I am, especially on the descent. No. That happens sometimes, I think, when I a bit more of a crouch than I should be doing. Should be sliding now. No, too early, too early.
Oh no!
I was doing that accurately previously, but sometimes making a few emergency adjustments that are actually just throwing me off, especially when I stay crouched for that long. Yeah, no, I should actually be twirling into that for sure.
Oh no!
Sometimes I just have to keep track of whether my ascension has already been used, and it has of course already been used here. Go. Oh, no, I needed to cling, and then jump. I needed to cling and trust the way that the blaster was moving to the right to catch me again and increase my height. That would give me enough height to do a glide down to the platform that comes immediately after that. Okay. I know. A little low, as always. A little bit low. Here we are. Nope. I actually do twirl.
Oh no!
But yeah, none of this is too bad. It is over 1% on a fairly high number of plays. Just a lot of accuracy issues with things that I know I can execute. Certainly quite satisfied with the amount of progress I made the first time. Past segment that I'm finding a little bit sticky here. Here we are. And down we go. And yeah, Mr. Lester, thank you for the request. I do see that, and we'll get to that as soon as we fail this attempt.
Oh no!
Number 21, okay, just give me a moment, I will pull that up. Okay, so here is William Shakespeare's sonnet number 21. So is it not with me as with that muse, stirred by a painted beauty to his verse, who heaven itself for ornament doth use, and every fair with his fair doth rehearse, making a couplement of proud compare with sun and moon, with earth and sea's rich gems, with April's first-born flowers, and all things rare that heaven's air in this huge rondure hems. Oh, let me, true in love, but truly right, and then believe me my love is as fair as any mother's child, though not so bright, as those gold candles fixed in heaven's air. Let them say more that like of hearsay well, I will not praise that purpose not to sell. Okay, thank you for that. Let's move on with the squirrel. No. Getting a squirrel.
Oh no!
And yeah, here we go. Yeah, this all feels great over here. Gain enough height as we get into this. I really should have taken a second jump off that, actually. Let's see what's up here. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more clinging. A little bit more clinginess in general. And yeah, just need to get my height sorted out. That was just much too early that time. And round and round we go. That's going to be bad. Okay. You could see just how much height I was losing on pretty much every single pass. Okay, down we go. No. Pulling back a little too much. I thought I could get in a third jump. And really, I should just do two. With a nice high arc that makes full use of my momentum coming off the blaster. Nope. Going a bit low every time. And yeah, all that stuff is going to take me over to the right side. Just still need to figure out that one particular obstacle. Okay. Yeah, no, I see what's happening there, is that I am doing the second jump when the blaster is already coming down.
Oh no!
And so I am losing a little bit too much height before I ever take off. Now, do I actually have an opportunity to see when that's going to happen? That's something I'll have to pay a little more attention to on this attempt. Okay, let's cling to this. Nice and high. Oh, I should have done a twirl actually off that first jump, perhaps, to maintain height.
Oh.
Yeah, really quite incredible to think that we are at this point in the end of year one in this game. Okay. Landed, I need to go up pretty much right away, yeah. I just completely missed
no.
what I was going to do there. Really just need to do a very short bounce off of that. A little bit of a jump, followed by spin immediately to the ascension up the next stack that we saw there. I was just kind of seeing that for the first time and having to react to it. But really incredible to look at this and see how far we've come in a way in terms of how much was not possible in Maker 1. Just, you know, in terms of elements that we now take for granted. I mean, the squirrel suit being the latest addition is kind of obvious, but... Now, what do I do here? I don't think I understand it yet.
Oh no.
What I've seen of this pattern. I think I actually needed to go over that blaster stack, but I think I've read it accurately. Okay. Yeah. Don't know that I actually know what was going on with the boost stack. Oh, I needed to fly under and then ascend. Okay. Why is it telling me that I need to spin jump then? That's unexpected. I didn't think I... Oh, I see. No, no, no. Because if I spin jump off the platform, then that is supposedly going to give me a bit of a lower takeoff, perhaps? I should perhaps take that Z marker a little more seriously. I don't understand the interaction there yet, but I think I am supposed to just go under. There we go. I see. Okay. Spin and then rise in order to get under the first blaster. Hey, Thomas B, welcome back. Hope you are doing well. Glad to see you back on the stream. And okay, wrap around. No, I need to just do a spin jump followed by twirl. Yeah. Spin jump, get under the first blaster, and then twirl into the second blaster, and then we have a wall jump thing available. Yes, SMM2 is a year old. That is actually why we are featuring some of the makers that I'm showing off today. These are older levels by some makers that will very shortly have new levels released as part of the 4YMM 4 Years of Mario Maker Anniversary Project, celebrating this birthday. No, totally missed that marker once again. But yeah, this maker Gilmore, I believe, is going to be one of the makers who is part of the Lisa Batch 1 that is officially launching in a couple hours at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern, and 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. Yeah, you can find information on the website. I don't think the codes are posted yet, but they will be in a few hours. And the launch destination will probably be Havoc Stream, of course being the project coordinator.
Oh no.
And yep, that's going to be something quite exciting because it is going to run for about the next 8 weeks, I think. It'll be one very lengthy birthday celebration. By the time it ends, it's going to be almost September, which will be the actual 5-year anniversary of Mario Maker 1. As you seem to remember, if you were likely to remember, rather, if you were around for the launch of Maker 1, it did come out on the 11th of September, which is appropriate because Mario Maker 1 was an inside job. Okay, coming in a little bit too low for that, but I now see how it's supposed to work. It's going to be wall jump up, we want to follow the markers accurately, and then glide down to the blooper. Yes, it is a community event in that it is a series of levels that is going to be released 8 levels a week. And it's kind of a highlight series of levels that you can read about on that website if you click the link, where a lot of makers have kind of gotten together and they've each contributed a level that is celebrating the birthday. And so
Oh
it is
no!
kind of a curated anthology of levels that are by just very good or creative or interesting makers all around, including Gilmore, whose level you're looking at right now, including indeed a lot of the makers that have been featuring tonight, like Cypher, like CTRX. In some later weeks, you'll see makers like Tino, and also some makers that are regulars in my stream here that I'm sure will be happy to plug their own levels when the comes. Of course, every week I will be playing all of the levels that are released as part of the 4YMM batches. And yeah, it is a community event with a pretty lengthy history behind it. So every single year since 2016, there has been a birthday anthology of people who are still very active in the Mario Maker community. And so even after the Switch launched 2017 and 2018, this was still going with one of the most creative levels of their time. And so it will be the first edition that has come out in Mario Maker 2 in conjunction with the first anniversary of Mario Maker 2, which is today, the 28th of June. And yeah, you've got lots of great stuff to look forward to. I mean, as you can see from some of the levels that I've been showing off today, pretty much all of the makers involved are consistently of very high quality. And then you have some hangers-on like myself, who, you know, is kind of along for a ride. But, you know, no, seriously though, many of the makers are some of the best that you'll see. Okay, I did not expect that Piranha Plant at all. I feel like there was some kind of interaction I didn't understand involving the spin jump. Perhaps I missed a Z mark. And yeah, sorry, I'll catch up in chat in just a moment. Let me just get around and... nope, it's spin jump. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in terms of name recognition, like, you will find a mix of people who are some makers who are back from Maker 1, some people who are some big streamers as well as medium streamers, like, you know, Poser and Space Pig and such, like, they're going to be involved, and they're kind of fairly big on the streaming side of things, as well as long-term fixtures of the community that have been around since Maker 1. You'll see some makers that are some of the people who are regulars on my channel, because of course we get some very high-quality submissions here. And you only purchase this game in May, so yeah, that's fantastic, because this is going to be one of the best ways to catch up. As I keep telling people, like, so I purchased Mario Maker 1 on launch day back in 2015, but then, like most players, I took a very long break from it, because, you know, there were just other things to play, and everybody kind of felt like they weren't very good at making levels, I think, after you you know, played around with Toolkit a bit, like everybody was just making garbage. It was normal. And a lot of people burned out of it before the patches even started to introduce some of the basic stuff like checkpoints, coins, etc.
Oh no!
But yeah, with Maker 1, they formed a very good community around projects like these. So they ran this every year. There were 3 editions, from the 1st to the 3rd anniversary. And I found that when I went back to Mario Maker 1, shortly before the release of Mario Maker 2, that this was actually by far the best way to catch up with the creative ideas that people were coming up with. The best starting point to kind of get into the game to see what kind of creativity is possible in a very approachable setting that doesn't require you to be very, very advanced as a player, was to play the YMM project level. I'm sure that it's going to be pretty much the same story. The SMM2 set that is launching this week, they are very rigorously play-tested levels that people can definitely vouch for in terms of quality. I don't really know what's going on here.
Oh no!
I needed some kind of spin jump to get over to run on the right side.
Oh no!
Yeah, the Super Mario vs. Mecha Bowzilla level is something that I would definitely want to look up on YouTube. It is, I think, easily one of the most influential levels that came out in Mario Maker 1. It is still very much imitated to this day. And the way that it was implemented in Mario Maker 1 made use of a ton of techniques that are actually no longer possible in Mario Maker 2, particularly the way that pipes were stacked on top of each other. Back in Maker 1, of course, you could stack up to 5 pipes at a time. And yeah, there's absolutely nothing to worry about when it comes to being late to the party. This means that you've seen the tool set in a form that is pretty much complete. And that the
Oh no!
level of quality of the content that has come out in this game, I think, well, it's already pretty high, but you can see that new discoveries are being made all the time. That pretty much every week I'm learning something new about what Mario Maker can do. Whoops, that was supposed to be a normal jump.
No!
Thomas B, it just takes a mix of practice and exposure to a lot of other people's ideas. Because I find that, you know, playing a lot of levels definitely gives you a better sense of what kind of level design works. I mean, playing viewer levels, for instance, like, really made me think about a lot of design questions. No, that needs to be a spin jump. I see. No, it's wall clink followed by spin jump off the piranha. Yes, I understand this now. I had to see this properly one time. I do completely understand it now. But yeah, you know, back when I was in Mario Maker 1, it was very easy to spend tons of time making your levels and think that you were making good stuff. And now I think when you have a lot of experienced makers in Maker 2, some of whom have been doing this for a few years, some of them who, like myself, have been kind of on and off, I think most people look back at their older stuff and realize that, okay, this was kind of garbage. And the only way to kind of become a good maker, I think, is to get past that phase. Like, you have to understand that you are going to produce some stuff that is not great for a while. That's not how to do it. Oh, yes, that is how to do it, because the spin jump off the piranha will get me a second boost to get up the... I understand it now. I understand it. Okay. But yeah, you'll find that a lot of creative levels, you know, they often focus on just some peculiar action that was always waiting there in the toolkit to be explored. Where the pieces might be something that was familiar and, you know, have been staring you in the face the whole time. But where the way it feels in the hands, like when you actually play through it, is something that is kind of unconventional or unique.
Oh no!
Of course, some people take a different approach where they start with the aesthetics and think about it more in terms of, you know, trying to use the toolkit to build like a very vivid visual fantasy in terms of making something that is greater than the sum of its parts when it comes to how it looks. Hey Redux, welcome back. Hope your new level has been doing well. I assume that you've been chopping it around a little bit more, that people have been bouncing off the ants in style. Okay. Get under. There we go. Got plenty of height this time. Light here is not too bad at all. Okay, so here's how it's gonna work. Spin jump. Oh no, that was supposed to be a spin jump.
Oh no!
Yeah, I feel like, you know, when people are starting out, obviously you want to play with everything in the toolkit, and so it's a fairly normal, I think, to have early levels by people that, when you look back at them, they have tons of potential, they have tons of ideas that are clearly in play, but in a setting that is not necessarily very focused, and if it's not very focused, it makes it a little more difficult to communicate those ideas to the player. And so, you know, because you're still, as a maker, in experimental mode where you're trying a little bit of everything. And so I think I find that, like, when you get into levels that are a little bit more mature, I guess you could say, by makers who have been at it for a while and who have been publishing quite a lot, that they have a much more selective idea what they want to do in a given level. That, you know, this level will just be about, okay, we're going to have a squirrel, we're going to have wall jumps off blasters, we're going to have certain surfaces to bounce off of, but fundamentally it's just kind of out the cycle of gliding and clinging, right? Very simple to understand. And if the maker had other interactions that, you know, just didn't make the cut, they know they're still going to be playing this game, and they know that there are still more levels that they can make that use the ideas build over. And so it's very easy, I think, with early levels, and it's true for the first one I made in Maker 2 as well, it's definitely true for me, that there is a tendency to want to play with the whole toolkit. And, you know, just kind of throw everything at the game to see what sticks. And that's just eventually something that you start to get away from once you playtest a lot more. And oh, there's the flagpole right there.
Oh yeah! Mario
Yeah,
time!
once you playtest a lot more, and once you also just kind of get a sense that you can always save ideas for the next level if they're not fitting. Oh, that Squirrel Suit Scramble by Gilmore, who is one of the makers that you can look forward to when 4YMM launches in really just a matter of hours. Is going to be later today if you are in the EU region. So let's take a look at another maker that I had on the list I wanted to show off. Okay, this level has, of course, no affiliation with the abbreviation that was in the middle of that code. This is just a slight misfortune, but this is a level by Nira, who is a Japanese maker, and so, of course, yeah, a lot of the 4YMM levels are being drawn from a very global community. We already showed off one Japanese maker tonight with CTRX, actually two if you count Kain. And now we'll show off the level by Nira, which is Ninja Fortress. Ninja, get away with hiding inside ceiling. Now, interestingly, this is a level from back in July, so he's not talking about something like Roy, who actually does hide in the ceiling. This is going to be something a little bit different. There are 5 big coins that we are going to be looking for as we play. Lots of plays on this, about 20,000 as you can see. You just watched that level. Really interesting how things were put together. Which level are you talking about, Mr. Lesser? Are you talking about this one? Because that would be interesting, given that I dug this up from July. And DI Program, I think both of those things are going to coexist. Like, you know, I think that... yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of disagreement over like how much older is going to be. Obviously, everybody should be celebrating the anniversary if they feel like it. But it's more that, you know, if you're going to, for instance, have a guide that you can really trust, where you can just say, you know, people are saying, okay, how do I catch up in Mario Maker? Just want to send them one link and say, just follow this link, get started. There's your starter pack right there. I found that, for me at least, the way that the YMM projects worked in Maker 1 were extremely good at doing that, in terms of providing a point of reference. And of course, people who kind of get back into that game seriously are going to be able to find more projects from there. They're going to be able to look at 1YMM2 in this case. They're going to be able to look at, you know, if they get into shell levels, they can go into Team Shell. If they look at, you know, things like puzzles that are really going to stick out to them, they can start getting into more puzzle-oriented makers. And so I think the experience that you have from having a select list is that you have that curation where you make sure that you're giving people a good representative sense of variety, kind of like how if you're picking new fighters for Smash Brothers. This is a level from back in July, Electro Dude, so to the extent that it was patched, we are not affected by it. So if you're talking about the on-off trap, that's not an issue. Because it is a July level, like this was back on the 1.0 patch in terms of the on-off logic and not getting pushed out. Oh, you just watched the Mecha Bowzilla video, yeah. That's a very famous level for a reason. Okay. And there we go. Okay. And we'll just hang around here for a while. Yeah. And it's kind of nice for my part that, you know, as I'm seeing some of the Japanese makers that have been included into the 4YMM project, like a lot of them are new to me, because obviously, especially as somebody who's mainly playing from viewer levels, discovering the really good Japanese makers is something that is a little more difficult to do. Partly it's from the language barrier, partly it's from, you know, less interaction with that community. Ah, I see. No, I wanted the Thwomp to hit this. Oh, okay. No. Because if the switch was in the off position when the Thwomp was coming over, then it could hit the POW and it would drop the coin. That'll work. Okay, and we'll get to the right side of this guy. And we'll just let him drop. And there we go. Now, of course, hitting this switch will activate the mysterious Murasame Castle. Follows all these vines and a 10 coin. Really neat. And here's a checkpoint. Let's see what activates here. That is just a shell refresh. And okay, the lava level is going to go up here. Let's keep that in mind as we make our way across. And yeah, I wonder if we would have had time to get across, but obviously when we activate the on-off switches the next time, it's going to kill one layer of munchers. You can see that already, the way everything is laid out. Oh, almost missed there. This is a level you can get behind? Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case. Not too bad some of the on-off trapping tech just doesn't work the same way anymore. Okay, that's kind of neat. Of course, the whole stack is just there to scare you. And then it's gone. Oh. Okay. Onward. Okay, so the on-off switch is just going to kill Bowser outright, if I'm not mistaken. Gonna nuke him. And yeah, here's the mysterious Murasame Castle once again. Coming to our salvation, and here we are. Man, end of the level. Okay, really interesting, older level by Nira. I'm probably going to look at least one more by Nira. Difficulty from their list tends to be fairly varied, lots and lots of plays and likes on this, of course. Sky Tree is inspired by Kaizo, and that's about 12%, which is very high for something inspired by Kaizo, so we'll see how that goes. Okay. Oh. Yeah, big mushroom that... Oh, I see. No, we need to rush through and bust up as many of those as we can. They definitely have vines inside them because that's why they spawn as question blocks every time. So we just need to hit accurately, climb accurately, make sure we bust our way all the way up. That part isn't really that inspired by Kaizo, but here... Oh, okay, no, need to start over. I can see why there is a fairly relaxed clear rate on this one already. Okay, that's just going to reload through a POW block. It's literally blocking your way. To bust that open. Nope, lost that one. I'll just see how the rest of this works. That's clearly going to be something critical. Yeah, we need to get everything to stack all the way up to the top, and we have 4 vines to run across. Okay. Yeah, interesting. I see. No, because you are too wide. Because of some of the one-way panels that are over here, you actually do have to go around the whole way. Very generous about letting me retry, though, so... Let's see how that goes. Okay. And, okay, I was trying to cheat that. That's not really what... It is tested, and against that. Simple and elegant POW lock there. No, too slow. And I could just drop through the one-way panels on the left side. Denied, yep, constantly. Nope. Try this again. Okay. And here we are. Left or right? I guess we'll find out. Doesn't really matter for that room. Might matter a bit more for this room. Oh yeah, we'll need to reset this. It's completely misread how that was going to go. And missing that one. We'll of course need it once we are up top. Oh, it's going to be one very long climb, but... Oh, interesting. This question block here. Wonder how that's going to go. Oh, I see. No, because I need to get on top and then bust that from above. I see how it's going to work. And then up we go. Okay. We understand. Oh, there are more reset doors that are up top. We actually did not need to go all the way down here. And indeed, the right side is going to be the drop column for a quick reset. Okay. Nope. Sometimes the vines can feel a little bit gluey. Oops. Particularly with this very weird geometry of the big mushroom. Sometimes I think it might just be a D-pad issue as well, with accidental diagonals that are getting us locked into the vines. We of course are not going to make it on this attempt. Might as well see some of the pattern. Yeah, I want to get up here, I want to block that, and then get up to the left side. And of course, that time I needed to think about how we'll bust in this side as well on our way up. No, I don't want to cling on to that at all, actually. I just want to hit the brick. I really should not be grabbing that vine. No need to grab anything there. Nope, too slow. I'm starting to get the idea a little bit better, though. Lots of accidental clinging. In the meantime. No. I should aim for the left side. I didn't quite remember that. A little bit difficult to see that blindly the first time in terms of knowing where to look for the next one. Going to be an obstruction. Okay. Too slow. Too slow. Nope. Okay, slowly getting better at this. Whoa, too slow. Yep. Oh, you got first clear on 2 of them. Okay, excellent. Hope you're doing well so far, in terms of the satisfaction with the quality. And yeah, I do know that the uploads were starting to come up around this time. I don't necessarily think I'll be going for them on stream. I mean, it would kind of make sense to try to snipe some of the first clears like you've been doing. But at the same time, I do want to run them all at once. Run them a little more patiently so we can hunt for some of the cake rooms. So. Okay. No, too slow. Get a much better pattern for all of that stuff. Yeah, it's that one on the left that's throwing me totally off. Okay, let's redo this. Yeah, I don't think there was any kind of formal agreement on whether anybody's going to be streaming any of them as they come up, or if we're waiting for the official launch party on Havoc's side. Obviously, people who are kind of inside and in the know, there's going to be plenty of opportunity on our side to just snipe some first clears while we're at it. But we're here. I'm going to probably wait until I can present a proper streaming program. Okay, losing a little bit too much distance when we get up to the left side. I can see why, because of all the generous resets, there is a 12% clear rate on this, but at the same time, it's actually quite a lot harder than that suggests. Okay, gotta do a quick turnaround. Nope. Okay, here we are. And around we go. Nope, too slow. Why don't we just go up? Of course we actually need that. We actually might not need the center column, in fact. If you look at this, I might be able to get the bounce off the top block and then grab the next line. Maybe. I feel like I might be able to make that. So if the center column needs to be expendable, we can do that. Okay. Yeah, losing a bit of time off that bounce off the jump blocks, that's part of the issue. But hey, we actually made it once. Said central one might actually be expendable. Just get as deep a jump as we can. See if we can get that bounce. Nope, can't. It is tested against the very obvious alternative method. Right, because some of the examination schedules have been changing around the lockdown. Yeah, I've definitely heard about that. I've not had to experience it myself, but that definitely sounds like a complication. We are going to run into the timer here with 6 seconds remaining. I guess we'll have to start from a checkpoint. We actually passed a checkpoint. Yeah, lots of realignment when it comes to schools. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, let's do this again. Nope, too slow. Well, you see, since, I mean, yeah, it would be through following makers, including some of the makers I have here, but Brogan, Tino is actually a contributor to 4YMM, and therefore has a bit of an inside line, I think. But yeah, the codes are not necessarily published yet, but if you do follow the makers, then you'll see things come up. I was sort of thinking about the idea of sniping the first clears myself, since I knew I would be up and streaming during the time that they came up, but it's okay, I'll let Tino do that. Yeah, because some of the codes are being prepared for the actual release of the codes anyway. The publicity side. Yeah, it's very nice when everything is just on your followed list. I'm glad I kind of ran into the 100 maker limit on my followed list when I did, because then I could take the time to clear that out, because I've been following a lot of new people lately, and I've definitely had to clean out a lot of the early follows that I made back when the game was first released a year ago. Like, there were a lot of people that, as far as makers go, you know, they either quit very quickly or their quality was just okay, but I followed them, you know, mainly because we were occupying some of the same communities. And so I really did have to cut some of that aggressively in order to make room for the people who are still very active in this game and also very good. Hey Alex, welcome. So Alex, we're currently showing off some of the makers who are the makers of 4YMM, which is releasing imminently. Official release of the codes is going to be in a couple hours time, and some of the uploads are coming in. But Alex, if I have time, I might be able to continue the story world that we were working on from you. Because I didn't have that on my to-do list in case you came in today, so I'll see how many more levels I do after this one, and then we might make time for that. It's the next thing we do that is kind of not related to the project. But yeah, we'll see if you're still around at that point. Okay. just drop in. Yeah, might as well get some of the codes up and running. Like I said, since I have kind of missed my crack at first clear anyway, I will not be streaming them in this session, just so I can do all of them together in a block. But you know, part of why I'm doing a lot of these makers is part of my backlog is just to have a better appreciation of what their existing style is as I get into the 4YMM content proper. You know, just to understand what their personality is like, what their style is like. Particularly with some of the Japanese makers that I haven't really communicated with. And I thought it would be a valuable thing. And do let me know if you find this to be, you know, valuable content in terms of doing like a 4YMM maker preview, because then I think that will be a pretty big feature of my backlog nights, since they are typically taking place right before a lot of those levels will be released. That if you folks appreciate that we're kind of taking a look at some older levels by these makers to see what they're all about, I will continue to feature that. And that, of course, depends partly on how my viewer levels during the week go. And that also depends on how Paper Mario goes when that releases, because that's going to be a big thing in my schedule. I missed the middle once again, and you know, I'll take one more crack at trying to do it a cheesy way. I don't think it'll work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Nick, or Nabuz, and Gilmore, we actually did show up earlier in today's session. Bufflin I last showed off in last week's session, I believe. Looked at Bufflin's propeller level. But, you know, what I think. Any of you are familiar with Bufflin's style? Okay. One of the highlight levels of the project, yeah, I can imagine. I did not take a look at an advanced test of that. But I'm generally very happy with Nabuz's approach to contraption building. Really nice to have a big headliner like that early on. I'm going to hit the time limit again, I think. Pretty sure. Given that we're already down to 140 or so, but I don't imagine there's going to be very much after this segment. It's just a lot tighter than it might look. Quarter jumps there will certainly help. Oh no, just a little bit too late. Just a little bit too late, but that is the right idea. I'm getting slightly faster at that. Oh, you know what? I should be using the trampolines on the left side. I've not even been thinking about that. Because the trampolines will maintain speed going back to the left, and I feel like that's going to be absolutely necessary in terms of actually making it here in time. That's how it's going to be tuned. I have not been using the trampolines at all, and that is my problem. Okay, let's try this again with that new understanding of how to approach this. Nope, too slow. Too slow. It's not actually a huge improvement in speed, although it solves some accuracy issues, perhaps. Okay, Oh no, I missed. Had to get back up through the middle because we had one last block to punch. Getting better at this though. Steadily improving. Nope, that was an accidental cling. Hey, nice early punch there, and of course we completely blow it. Yeah, Alex, there's no need to use the Q. I mean, we'll probably just continue your world as is. One of the later levels I do in the stream. Made a quick overleaf and document to write down some of these codes. Yeah, very useful idea. I mean, of course, you know, once the launch is official, then the link that is being spat out by my bot will actually be useful. And yeah. There. And nope, accidental cling once again. I think that's just partly from some of the D-pad positioning that I have. That is inputting diagonals now, but I can just be a little bit more conscious of that. Okay, better. A lot better. Nope, trying to go too soon. Had a bit of a cling that I didn't want. That slowed me down as I was getting to that trampoline. This is actually a surprisingly tight timer. The 12% clear rate on this completely misled me into thinking this would be much easier, when it's simply that the attempts are very generous about resets and are therefore long. So yeah, I've had very few attempts in total on this, but that's just because a lot of the failures have been soft resets. Nope, too slow. These will be your personal favorites, levels of less popular creators. Yeah, I need to maintain a list like that as well. I've been a bit lazy about it lately simply because I have everything on video. And I feel like sometimes that if I have things on video, then I can just refer to the codes, right? But the issue is that sometimes I do play things that get deleted and revised. And if I'm not following the maker, then I lose access to that stuff unless I really find some way to hunt them down. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get back into making more. I have not really been spending time in the editor lately. But haven't really had time to play anything outside of doing the usual streaming. And that, of course, will have to change when I get into Paper Mario. No, missed. Almost. That's the closest we have come so far. But yeah, because, you know, people always ask me, like, if they're kind of getting into the game for the first time, or if they are coming back after a very long absence to see new patch content. Which are the great levels to play? What should I start with? And I think having 4YMM is going to simplify that job considerably, in terms of just having enough of a selection that surely they'll be able to find a few makers who are favorites. But there are a lot of people who are not in that project as well who are underplayed, including a lot of the people who submit here. Like, I feel like I see some very high quality stuff from makers who have very few plays. And I think, you know, every streamer who's been at this and cultivated a good group can say that of at least a few people. That, you know, we all have a couple makers here who are consistently very good and who, don't seem to be known by anybody else. But, you know, that's part of what this weekend stream is for, and why we don't really run viewer levels necessarily, is because sometimes the levels by those people specifically need a little bit more room to breathe. Okay, finally. Got it. At long last. That PAL block is just going to obstruct coming back through the pipe, so let's see what we have here. 10 coin. And we'll continue. Oh look, another checkpoint. Okay, we've got a lot to go yet. We're not done. At least the tracks are a little bit longer this time. I can see where I'm going. Okay. Okay, I actually kind of one-shot that. But then the tracks were longer and I could see in advance what was going to happen with much greater clarity. Okay, that's going to give me the peaceful music for some reason. Just going to allow me to climb to the top. That is it for another level by Nero. So let's move on to something else. Okay, there will be one more maker that I want to show off from the 4YMM preview. But yeah, before we get to that, I am going to... Why did I favorite Nero already? Let's favorite. I am going to get into Alex's world first, since Alex is here. That's last I checked. Since we were kind of mostly progressing through that in the last couple of viewer level sessions, and they are kind of a connected story world with a lot of thematic continuity in them, so it makes sense to do them all at once. And then after that, I will show off one more of the Batch 1 makers from this week. And after that, we'll see how much time we have for anything beyond that. So let's scroll down and take a look at Alex's world. So this has been a story sequence of 8 levels. We are currently in World 2, where we are already in space, but basically what happened was that, if you were not here to see some of these played earlier, that Mario is hunting for 4 stars that are associated with the 4 Koopalings of the Apocalypse, as foretold in the Crystal Ball. That was once run by Kamek in one of the earlier World 1 levels. It was a fairly spectacular crystal ball that was a recurring motif in several of its stages. But now we are on the hunt for the stars. The Awesome Lab says it doesn't help that you make variety content. No, I don't think you really need to just focus on one particular style. It's not like you always need to make shell levels or always need to make precision or whatever. Like, it's possible to just be part of a community that is a community of makers who just kind of trust each other to be interesting, right? And like that's part of the group that I'm fostering here on this channel. Is I think, you know, a lot of the makers who come by here, I trust them to be interesting, and sometimes I can't beat their stuff, and sometimes it's not my style, but they all kind of come together here, and there's always something fascinating to discover and talk about. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So, you know, it's possible entirely for that to be your brand or your interest as a maker. You don't need to focus on one particular style or have one rule. Anyway, let's see the Red Rider, which is going to be the next of the boss hunts. As you can see from this layout here, we're starting once again in Mario's house, and that one of the 4 stars has already been collected. Kind of like a reduced version of Super Mario RPG, where you're only collecting the Legend of 4 stars rather than 7. Okay, so we'll just pluck some of those fire flowers from up top. It looks like this is a lock for one of the other stages, because we're hunting in 4 different directions and the locks are going to be a little bit different every time. Looks like this is going to be the lock that we have available this time. And yeah, let's continue the adventure. It is a pretty aesthetically cohesive world so far in terms of having a lot of repeated locations that give you a sense of place. Something that we're kind of familiar with. Some of the story worlds that Alex had shown us previously. Okay. So, kind of in the red nightmare zone, and here's Morton, who is going to be the peopling of the apocalypse that we face this time around. I had a little bit of trouble getting around that, but yeah, we'll just come here and hope that this activates the P-switch that gets us through to the next level. Whoa, that is unexpected. Second star is close. Okay. Good to know. Yep. I see that... Okay, no. I was wondering how that was going to deactivate. Question. Yes, and I know the title is about that. You did explain it to me the last time that we were playing the series, that you have the 4 coolings of the apocalypse that were foretold in the crystal ball. And GG on Bufflin's... Oh, you mean the Bufflin level that was uploaded for YMM. Okay. I am quite looking forward to that, just to see what Bufflin has in store. Okay, let's head on down. And continue. Okay, let's let the fire bypass us. Looks like this is going to be another survival segment. We really needed to bounce on top of that properly. And do that circuit, bounce on each of the wigglers, and circle around to the side. So, Electric Dude, do you agree with the hype that we have heard from Tino so far, that may be one of the highlight levels of the project? Oh, you know what? I think I heard him mention the concept, like the mechanical concept for that months and months ago. Something that he's been kind of saving all this time. I think I know which level that's going to be. Because, like, yeah, that's a mechanism that he's been sitting on for months. And that was definitely looking forward to that one as well. Yeah, because that's something that he's been talking up for quite a long time now. Oops. Okay. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what some of the makers come up with in terms of whether their levels really resemble any of their existing work. Like, some people have very consistent styles, and some people are much more about variety, as you all know. And yeah, it'll be really interesting just to see which levels take you by surprise. Oops. Okay, so this looks like a survival timer. Yeah, I just needed to watch that pattern accurately and just jump straight up. Yeah, kind of glad you folks are getting ahead of me on some of this stuff. I haven't determined the exact time that I will run yet. I was hoping to do them in this time slot tomorrow, but I don't know if I can, because I might have a well, reason why that might not be very smart scheduling on my part. So, but I'll definitely do them early in the week, and I'll try to find them at a time slot where, you know, a lot of you folks who are my regulars are able to attend, because obviously as people who are playing the levels already, you can see me stumble all over them and have a hopefully really good chat about them in terms of design. I completely forgot to grab the flower going into this room. It's rushing directly into this room from the checkpoint instead of grabbing the power-ups that I should be doing. So we'll just need to wait for the timed release. Okay. Here we go. Mushroom. Ah yes, now we just go around. Whoa, 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 whoa. Reacted very slowly to that. Okay. And yeah, I should grab the fire flower. Yes, Alex, I did see the fire flower. I'm just impatient and I missed it every time. Ran directly to the door instead of waiting for Wiggler to do its job. Okay. Jumps, we don't get stunned, even though the stun lock is not actually an issue with the timing that we see here. And we'll just wait. Oh, whoops, that's okay. We'll get a mushroom. All will be well until the big wigglers come down. Ride one of these up, gotta watch out for the burner timing on the right side. Okay, then I see. We'll just need to circle around safely and hit Morton 3 times. Falls on the void, yeah. Oh, whoops. Wasn't paying attention. I was busy reading the chat on what you were saying about cheesing the mechanism. I'm sure I'll know what you're talking about when I actually get to playing that level by myself. Okay. Oh, whoops. Actually should grab that flower. Okay. Once more. And yeah, that's going to be Morton making a nice big bounce. He has... Okay, no, he doesn't have wings. I'm just trying to see why he's taking his sweet time coming back down every time he jumps. It's going to look risky, but it's not going to be too bad. The Wiggler's coming down is the thing to look out for, yeah. Having them drop from the ceiling, I think, is a little bit difficult to plan around, just because it feels slightly... I know that's probably required in order to make them run around a circuit that you have set up. I think it would have been possible to spawn them from lower tracks, but then I don't know how the current small wigglers are being fought. Yeah, they are just going around a circuit that's being hidden by the monsters. No. I saw Morton jumping and I jumped. Bad idea. Yes, I know I can ride the Wiggler. I'm just impatient. That's okay, we'll find a method. We usually figure out these things just fine. Okay. Just need to survive to that mushroom. Go for these wigglers here. Okay. And yeah, I know I can just stay on the wigglers to hopefully get up to Morton, but yep, they just go around the circuit. Nope, need to be a bit more careful about their pattern. Well, it's a bit of an epic hitbox, but partly it's just misreading some of the trajectories towards the track as they come off the track at the end of that diagonal. I'm not going to blame the level too much for that. A lot of it is just positioning on my part, and it's very avoidable. Very, very avoidable. Which doesn't mean we can avoid it. I think playing around a projectile is probably the bigger issue here. Okay, I need to plan around how I'm going to fall a little bit better. I should be falling down the one-way panels, in fact, because I know there is absolutely going to be a safe landing zone below them. Instead, I'm being a little bit risky in terms of getting off Morton and trying to catch one of the outer panels blindly, and I should not be doing that. I should just go right down the one-way. Okay, very nice of those wigglers to pop out right on time. Yeah, luckily they just go straight over my head, but... Alright, had to be careful with the first round projectiles. Also just burner on the side. Okay, one-way panel, there we go. Oh, nope. Didn't wait for the wiggler to come back down. Okay. There we go. And let's not die to these guys here. I nearly died to those guys there. And that is a completion of this. And yeah, we'll head down. And it'll be back home to our little hut here to collect the second star. And I believe that's correct. Yep, second star collected, and we head down, grab the frog suit, and complete this. So, okay, 2 more to go. And yeah, sure, let's get some lives since we are down to 12. Going to expend quite a few lives on the last level we played just now, so... Of course, I have never actually beaten this cleanly. I've always taken at least 2 hits. But always nice to have this back, and so I can make the comments I usually do about how nice it is to have the sound effects from NES Baseball make their big comeback. Okay, into the desert. See which entrance pops open for us this time as we approach the Black Rider. Don't really need the mushroom because we're going to grab the frog. Have 2 stars collected in this continuation of the story. And this time it's going to be bone shells. Okay, interesting. And bone shell should give us access to... what? It should give us access to the POW, actually, if we hold it. And yeah, we'll just swim carefully over to the exit. Make the usual mistake of dashing everywhere with the frog suit on. Always a bad idea, and yet we never learn. But then we're going to pop out into the desert, and there's going to be something involving the bone shell, and I'm just going to completely miss the bone shell, which is a terrible idea, I'm sure. I'll notice that the frog is something that was going to... so... oh, we'll have another bone shell, that's fine. And it looks like I'll just be able to ride the swamp way up. Will be useful. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, P-switch. Why do we need 30 coins? Here, let's just grab it anyway. Shell demonstrating its power to crush big dry bones. Ah, okay. And then we'll just... Oh, that's unexpected. Whoa, that's doubly unexpected. Okay. Let's just wait for that to expire, and then we'll just grab another bone shell and do that again. Although we'll need a reset door. Oh, I lost a frog. Okay, that's okay. The frog was not being that useful. It's just throwing off the physics a little too much. Okay, I completely didn't think about the muncher drop. I thought I would just go really fast. Dodge that completely. Whoops. We're going too fast. Let's just reset. The third Koopa you say is about dry and sick. Okay. Interesting. Right, because it is the Koopaling of the apocalypse that is associated with pestilence and drought and plague. Okay. Maybe I should wait for the munchers to come down properly, although... Oh, no, just being too impatient. Flipping off every time. Yeah, got your tea milk too. Watch. This story as it continues, a very good idea. Fix them up for myself. Yeah, just do these horsemen to go. Wait for the guy with the wings to come down. Alright. Not working out. Let's... try this again. I probably shouldn't be jumping off of this right away, but it works so far, so who am I to argue that kind of success? Okay, we are going to be pushed through here, and it'll be the checkpoint, and then I'm sure that'll be the boss battle from here. Okay, so Roy is going to do something to us. Going to grab us here. Oh, I see. No. I see how this is going to work. I use the dry bone shell to let the munchers push me through to the top level. Once I get pushed through to the top level, something interesting happens. Yep. Oh, they keep following me. That's interesting. I get into the center position. This is really neat. Wow. Okay, this is a really neat interaction. I had not really thought about a boss pattern quite like this. And of course, once the concept is clear, it's actually fairly easy to execute. Yeah, I guess because the munchers keep going up one space every time they fly and land on the bridges. Really neat fight. Very good fight. Quite happy with this one. Okay. So we will at some point need to, yeah, jump out of the shell to get up to the highest level. I couldn't quite see where we were landing the first time, which is why I haven't done that yet. I think I'll need to go a little higher than that. Go. Okay, so we shouldn't have spent that mushroom that quickly. Roy is just going to come down here and fight us directly in this arena. Really great multi-phase fight. I love how you have the chase followed by, well, the actual battle itself. Really good fight. One of the best ones in this series, I think. And yeah, we'll grab the third star. That is once again protected by this garden gate. Get rid of that swamp. Let's maybe not let the star expire quite so soon. And here we are, back home, sweet home. And yeah, here's the place, home, where I keep the frog suit. And that's going to be yet another completion. So we have one more star to go to complete this series. Or at least 4 horsemen. I don't remember if there is one additional level that is at the end after that. But we'll find out soon enough. Let's at least clear World 2. Head up. Okay, so here's the Pale Rider. Last of the 4 riders. And yeah, I guess the mushroom is mostly here just to, you know, make that completion card match up with the end of every SMB's restage. That's always a lovely little aesthetic touch as we see the geometry of the completion screen reversed. This time we're going to get a Tanuki Leaf, and that's going to take us through this side, through the trampoline gate. We're just going to have these underwater Goomrats look very funny. These P-switches that are there for some reason. Almost like they're aesthetically supposed to match up to something underwater. Okay, Larry's just going to infiltrate this place and fight us right away, which is a bit unexpected. Seems like he has decided to just take the fight directly to our neighborhood instead of waiting in space. Of course, it's just little Larry. It's actually not one of the big horsemen. So, just a minion, really, more than anything. Yeah, that's just a messenger. Not really serious boss, which come very soon. But first of all, we'll have to get through the next segment that is past this checkpoint and over to wherever checkpoint 2 is going to be. Looks like this is a graveyard. You can tell by the crosses that, yeah, you have 2 burials that have happened in this room already. This room looks familiar, actually. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to match it up with one of the layouts we had seen previously. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we were supposed to float downwards with the leaf, I know that. And I just blew it. Okay, I'm supposed to keep a leaf and navigate our way into this graveyard by fluttering and bouncing. Hey, thank you for the follow. Super YT girl. Right, because this is the Horseman of Death. Among the... nope. Okay, fluttering with the Tanuki Leaf can be weird, so let's just try to go forward without it. See if we can actually make it through without keeping the leaf. So far, so good. Fluttering repeatedly with the leaf can be very tricky. Yeah, we needed the leaf. Okay. And in fact, I should have been able to see from the other side that the leaf was required. Okay, here we are. Nope, that's a mistake. That's okay, we'll just try to flutter down safely. Nope, that's... yeah. We'll just take it down here and just redo it. Nope, that's a big nope. Here once again. Nope. Yeah, not really enough room to do that safely without the bounce. Use the blue block. Oh, I didn't think about using a blue block. Good point. Today is the first anniversary of Super Mario Maker 2. Yes, that is correct. And that is partly why we have been showing off a lot of the makers that we have on this stream. in conjunction with the release of the first volume of the 4YMM Anniversary Project, celebrating 4 years of Mario Maker. Closer to 4.8, but you know, you get the idea. Yeah, the first batch of 4YMM levels, as some of the people in my stream were saying, are already beginning to come up. The official release of the codes at 5 p.m. Central European and 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern if you are in NA and kind of awake enough to pay attention to things like the blue blocks that I keep missing. Okay. Why did I just not pay attention to that time around? I don't know. But we have it now. Oh god. Okay. Hey, it looks like this is going to be a flying segment using the takeoff point. Okay, no, we'll just go back down and grab another leaf. Of course, we can always rebalance off of the Goombas. Is that going to give me another leaf? I thought it was going to. Let's reset and see what happens. Leaf, leaf, leaf. There we go. Okay. I guess the leaf was probably still falling off screen somewhere, and... Oops. Yeah, so... It was nice to see that so many people have been sticking around with this game for 1 year, and of course we'll be celebrating that again when it had been around for 2 years, and 3, and so on. For the second level, you can't come back. Okay. It's a good point. I know I actually do need to go low and bounce in it. I feel like I am being encouraged to do that, and that I should. Otherwise, if I just fly directly, I will not be able to make it under that small drop. Not too high. I wanted to drop on that Goomba, and dropping on the Goomba refreshes the flight. It is a mechanic that I am aware of, quite familiar with, because it is a returning mechanic from Maker 1, certainly. I don't actually remember all the finer details of how that worked back in SMB3, because of course SMB3 doesn't really make you take advantage of advanced flight mechanics. Sure, back when Shigeru Miyamoto designed a lot of this stuff, he didn't realize how advanced any uses of it would be years later. Okay. Pretty simple once you understand it. And here's the boss. Okay, this will be a flight boss. Oh, that's going to be a disaster. Now the P-switch, eventually need to fly into it in order to land safely. In order to enter the key door, so. Okay. Nope. Close. I had the right idea. That was actually looking like a fairly easy flight now that I do see the idea. I love these huge, ambitious layouts for that kind of... You guys have bosses that take up multiple screens, but give you lots of room for movement and still have a very understandable 3-hit layout. Yeah, I should be able to get this one down fairly quickly, given how nicely the second last attempt went. Yeah, I feel like I need to lead the projectiles over. Okay. Pretty straightforward. That's going to be another star. Fourth and final star. Now, why is this guy... I see. Why was that guy being slightly uncooperative? Now, no. And yeah, that's a yay. That's all 4 stars collected. Now, I do believe we have a little bit of unfinished business with that Jacuba and Crystal Ball, unless this was indeed the end of the story. I didn't think it was. There is one last thing to do, isn't there? Okay, so the one final conclusion. Oh, I see, and you're going to give me all these one-up games. Great. That's just our reward for having survived this long. Better grab a whole bunch of these just to be on the safe side. Always been terrible at that matching game. And yeah, here we go. It's not going to be Bowser necessarily. It was set up from the very beginning of this story world that the arch enemy was going to probably comic with the crystal ball. Yeah, see how skilled we are at matching. Oh. I was very impressed that there were other people when I was younger who would just be able to get this 100% of the time. Same with a slot machine in SMB2, like people knew back then who was extremely good at that. I just never learned how to do it properly. So here's the Heaven Road. After having defeated the 4 Koopalings of the Apocalypse, what do we get? Looks like we get a bit of a fancy bonus climb. 1-ups. Galaxy music. Okay, wonder what this gives us. Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of a ride in a magic box. And the bomb is going to drop us out of here. Knock us out of our cozy little heaven ship, and the arrow says go left. I'm going to go right. And Muncher Block. Okay, looks like we'll need a Buzzy or Spiny Hat. Oh, whoops. Into that. OMG, what happened? Well, I mean, you know, you already know the story. I guess we'll find out. Yep, there's the artifact that allows us to do the Muncher Bump. Unless, of course, you're telling me there's something about the level broken in terms of the way that the bombs actually came through. Oh, the different levels are references to the previous level. Yeah. Okay. That's right. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember how the early ones were laid out. Okay, there we go. Move this guy up. gonna happen here? Let's see. There's fire. We'll have to release that. Grab the power of fire. And up we go. Now what's going to happen here is going to give us something safe to ride. I was expecting that. Okay. Okay, come on. Get out of my way. Okay, yeah, through the middle. That's currently the end of the path. Looks like we just stopped this, and that'll give us a P-block trigger. Graveyard, yeah, it is kind of a review of a lot of the previous themes and battles. We acquire each of the powers that was associated with the bosses. Of course, yeah, we had used each of these in its own special battle. Of course, the tail isn't actually useful when you're riding a bone shell. I think I'll need to get out of the bone shell and fly. Let's give myself a little bit more distance. Oh, come on. My way. Yeah. So, of course, we kind of remember. And, oh, here's Bowser. Oh. Okay, no key. Oh yeah, because it's going to be based on the pink coins. No, it's going to be based on this key over here. We needed fire for that. We needed fire. Wait, so we needed Bowser, didn't we? To kind of get through the fire. If I understand this correctly. Unless there is something up here that we just haven't checked. Okay, we needed Bowser to punch through that. I did not understand that. Is there a way to refresh that? I can always take one of these guys upstairs, actually. Hang on, let's drop this. Yeah, no, I can just take one of them upstairs and they'll blast through the ice just fine. Okay, come on. Yeah. Come on. Zap, zap, zap. Gotta come down lower. These guys not break ice? Oh, I guess they don't. Except that's not close enough anyway. I'm gonna try it. I would have assumed they break ice. They break like pretty much all the other kinds of blocks. Oh, okay. I guess not. Right, the big ones only. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Down we go through the review sequence. Oh, whoops. Okay. And yeah. Let's get back to the Muncher Bump. And harness the power of fire. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, no, I did just need to keep Bowser for the fire. Yeah. When I get up to the top section with the leaf. Here's Bone Shell. Okay. And through we go. Okay. Get rid of some of these guys. Get them way out of here. And yeah, we'll at least lead Bowser to where we need him to go. Junior, rather. Get rid of some of these guys, and then we'll get Junior down. Yeah, no, I see how that's supposed to work. By the way, this is kind of neat. Yeah, no, I was not supposed to knock Junior out of the cloud. I see. Okay. I guess we're supposed to take a damage boost here. And what is the finale going to be? The finale is going to involve all of the horsemen making a big comeback. But I have the star, and the star will protect me. The star is no longer protecting me. Okay, I just need to be fast and I need to get back down. Okay, let's not expend all of the stars at once. Let's take them one at a time. Okay, I need to stand over here in order for the P-switch to spawn. That's always a little bit weird, I think, in terms of, you know, standing away from the pipe in order to get the P-switch to come up. Okay. We'll grab the other star. And then, do I need the star right away? I feel like I should not be wasting them, like I just did. Like I need all of them in order to jump through the middle and knock out each of the Koopalings one at a time. Yeah. I actually cannot afford to waste them. Okay, that's fine. We'll just take the death and then we'll come back and redo. 1 star for each Koopaling. Yes, that's right. Okay. Yeah, 1 star for each Koopaling. That's gonna be difficult because I feel like... Okay, no. I grabbed a star on my way up, then I hit the switch, and then I kill one. Otherwise, there's just no way I can get back down safely. Okay, the P-switch... Okay, no, I need to stand aside for the P-switch. Otherwise, that's just a disaster every time. Let's die. P-switch. Okay, then we want to get straight through the center before the star expires. And then that's going to be a symmetrical setup over here. So, same idea. Okay. A bit slow. Luckily, the timer is not extremely tight. Okay, 1 more to go. Yeah, I've stolen their stars. I'll have the key. And I need to activate the P-switch 1 more time in order to access the door in the middle. No, I just needed to not let the P-switch expire. And I needed to go for the door right away. It just took me a moment to realize where the door was located. That was the issue there. Okay. Yeah. Timings work rather nicely. Okay. And we are through. And here's the real finale, involving Bowser. And so, it looks like we'll have something to stop the POWs, probably. Well, let's just deal with the frog suit, which is of course where all this began. Frog suit being the original power-up that we started this with in the first place. Oh, no. I was going to jump over. That's fine, we'll just do without the frog. Hopefully. Okay, so there's going to be a limited amount of time that I have to do something. I didn't understand what. The on-off switch is going to do something before the bombs reactivate it. It's going to give me a small timing window to do what? Let's take a look. It's going to do something with the tracks, I see. Okay. Now, dropping the tracks, dropping the claws, does what? Let's grab a mushroom and then we'll figure it out. Yeah, something important is going to be grabbed by the tracks as they down. What happens with the tracks? We have claws. The claws do what? Let's see here. Hang on. Need to hit him with something, and it's the POW blocks are kind of looking suspicious to me. The arrows show something. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Got world record on Nicobu's level. Well, congratulations, Electro Dude. Yeah, might as well enjoy it now and give the speedrun optimizer something to work towards, I'm sure. We'll appreciate a little bit of a benchmark that is initially set. Wait, hang on. Arrows. Got 307 seconds left. I should probably try not to die here. Eventually, the claws are going to come around. Claws are going to come around and do what? Claws are going to drop. Okay, so he's finally on the ground. And now that he's off the cloud, what am I able to do? Wow. It's gonna get stomped. Claws can grab Bowser, and then after the claws grab Bowser, I'll have to look at that a little more carefully. Okay. I don't actually need to wait for the expiry, I can just go for it every time. Okay. Yeah, the timing actually feels pretty good here, in general. Oops. Yeah, just a second. I'm a little behind in chat while I figure this out. So yeah, something is going to poke Bowser. Oh, you know what? Once he's on the ground, then the POWs start to do something. Like, once he's on ground level, then I need to find a way to activate the POWs. That's, maybe it's something with a claw pickup. Looks like I should be following the claws on the way down. Whoops. I'm gonna grab another mushroom. Whoops. Yeah, it'll be interesting, DI Program, as you were saying, to see how people are kind of varying up their usual style just to create something that's level that's sort of, you know, more easily anthologized for a project like 4YMM. You know, like Space Pig has a level coming, for instance, and you just know that was Space Pig. Like, you know, it's likely to be something that is tuned a little bit differently from its usual shell levels. It will almost certainly still be a shell level, but won't be something as demanding as a lot of the Team Shell content for sure. But then, yeah, I think that's certainly some of the approach that was taken with 4YMM selection from what my impressions have been. But of course, you know, Buffalo tends to make very introductory friendly content anyway. Like, I mean, you know, expert level content, but expert level content for people who have not played much Mario Maker. And it seems like a lot of the 4YMM tuning would be very much aimed at that as well. That harder things would at least be approachable without too much of a technical requisite. Yeah, I still have to catch up on some of Buffalo's older stuff. I did, of course, play the entire world here a couple streams ago. But... oh, whoops. Yeah, I should really practice some of the Team Shell stuff and work my way up the difficulty rankings to get used to those, because, you know, those are things that are worth learning, for sure. And I think it's going to enhance my experience of what people send me in viewer levels as well. Considering I do get a fair number of Team Shell levels here. And from people who know that shell jumps are not my forte. Okay, yeah, we'll come back here and see if we can do what we've been trying to set up, which is trying to get the claw drop to grab Bowser. I see that that is what is supposed to happen. Let's grab some mushrooms in the meantime, just to stay alive. Okay, that's gonna be a terrible idea. And that claw got trapped, and so we'll just need to be on a switch. No, wrong way. Again. Wrong claw segment. Okay, there we go. Now, it seems like Bowser did actually finally drop. Now that Bowser has dropped, what do we do? We take damage. Let's go back up, grab another mushroom, just to have a bit of a safety buffer. Okay, what do I do with this? Oh, I'll just get crowded by him. 1 second off world record in Gilmore's level. Okay. You will definitely have to go for it. Yeah, nice to have a bit of a free 4YMM party stream in a way, where, I mean, I'm not playing the levels, but you folks are, and might be something we have to do again next week. Batch 2 comes out. We'll see. For the project levels themselves, though, I think I definitely want to do them all together. Oops. Okay. Let's get this done for real this time. Yeah. The final Bowser fight I'm still not really sure about. I think in some ways it's a little too big for its own good in terms of being able to see what options are available to you. But we'll just do it. Might as well learn everything the hard way. Yeah, I have not looked at Reddit level of the week in the longest time. I mean, you know, I pretty much mostly just play off viewer levels in my private list these days, and that's literally all I have time for. It was Mario Maker, so I already play this game way too much. I think you can play this game for just hundreds of hours and see really good content and still just like be totally ignorant of some of the bigger maker projects or collaborations out there. I have no idea what's going on, for instance, with level of week in any given week. Like, as far as Reddit stuff goes, I mean, I kind of pay attention to Chopped, but that's only because I follow Alien Toy Shop stream. But a lot of the other Reddit projects, I just have no idea what's going on. But then, you know, Reddit levels in general, I think they have a very different style and taste to them. Like, you have a lot of people who are coming in from, I guess, a bit of a different player background than the people who are mostly frequenting Twitch. Which definitely appeals to a different maker demographic. And that goes for a lot of other communities as well. Like, I mean, you know, my original community was from a message board, and they were very traditionally oriented. Some of the makers I show off to them are still very, like, traditionally minded. But that's because, you know, most of those people are coming from, like, a general platformer community rather than people who are specializing in Mario Maker by itself. I have the key. Why am I not using the key? I don't even know why I have the key. So I just grabbed the mushroom. I don't understand why I have the key, but I think it's got something to do with the fact that this power block was activated and killed Bowser. I don't know how I activated the power block, to be totally honest. I think that was totally off screen for me. How many stars were there? Was this 11 Legend of 7 stars, or I counted 7 stars? It's a Mario game. I always try to see if stars add up to 7. Here are 4 stars that were the 4 stars that were collected for the Horseman of the Apocalypse that kind of go up the track with you. That's a very nice little aesthetic effect. The ending screen. It's going to float down here. Oh hey, we're going to have an end screen message. Heaven. Okay. Heaven. I'm in heaven. And my heart is so that I can hardly speak. I don't remember the next line. When we're out together, dancing cheek to cheek. Okay, Alex. So here's the credit screen. And yeah, that's telling you it's a credit. The key door is special. Okay, what's the key door? I don't even know where I picked up that key. I didn't actually pay attention to that. Oops, let's try to run around and smash the credit screen like this is a Ubisoft game or something. Okay. Key door is special. And I don't see a key door. I think I just completely missed it. I unfortunately completely missed it. I don't think I will be replaying the level to see it, unfortunately, at least not this time. Not that I can anyway, if it's through a super world, so. Same room where I collected pink coins, I just completely did not see that. Okay. I'm not as attentive. Actually playing the game with the controller in my hand, so. That's it for Heaven Road. And that's the end of, yeah, once again, a very complete and unified adventure. Alex, we didn't see the crystal ball in today's levels because it was only on World 1, but for those of you who missed it, take my word for it that this world had a very interesting crystal ball. So Alex, I don't know how long you were leaving this up before you were replacing it with yet another story world. Whoops. Yeah, just trying to bring up your maker ID here for anybody who's kind of looking into the story world, although you always post it yourself as well. Yeah, definitely one of the more complete story worlds I've seen, and I've seen a couple of them from Alex already. A lot of things that were re-uploaded from scratch every time I finish them. Oh, the crystal ball was inside the key door. Okay, well, now you tell me that. Okay, so I have at least one more of the 4YMM makers that I want to show off this stream. Do at least that, and we'll see afterwards if there is time for anything else. So, complete the saga with the last prediction. So, 1 second here while I just private list off screen and bring up. X 6 FLG. Okay, so Zerf Inc. is one of the makers that is coming in week 1, and Zerf Inc. apparently has a puzzle level. I don't know if they've uploaded it yet. And but those of you who are hunting for the 4YMM first clears and world records already might want to keep an eye out for that. In the meantime, we're going to look at Zerf Inc. From the perspective of one of his older levels from back in last July called Mirror Mansion. It is apparently a puzzle-solving level that has a scroll to it, where you are trapped in a mystical mansion, and you find your way through. Look. Yeah, Zerf Inc. by the looks of it is definitely one of the less established makers in the project in terms of, you know, not being one of the really ultra popular ones with a lot of name recognition, so definitely looking forward to getting past the older part of his list. Now, it looks like we are off screen, but then the arrow is telling us about how this layout is going to work and that we have to hammer the right side of the screen. Guess not. Okay, no, I got it. Yeah. And it's going to be a vertical auto-scroll that's... Oh, a custom scroll that sort of shows you how that room was laid out. Oh, whoops, okay. Let me see if I can move 2 squares over. No, that looks like it was just a coin block. I think, yeah, we were just dead. I lost a hammer, and I don't think I was able to recover the hammer. Yeah, it looks like it's one of those sort of invisible Mario levels where you just have to treat yourself like a vampire or something. But I have to mind my positioning here. Yeah, I'm on a top level collecting coins. Need to get all the way to the right side. Smash that. That's just coins, okay. Let's see if I can get a nice safe jump over. Nope, I hit the ghost, and that will be it for me here. Taking 2 points of damage, 1 point of damage from the hammer, 1 point of damage from Super Mario, and yeah, I just missed that jump. Yeah, it does require a certain amount of spatial awareness when it comes to... Here's something we can do in order to make this level slightly easier. We have to build our suit. That gives me an idea. Once I manage to actually get over to the right side of the level. I already take damage from something? I don't know. Hang on, let's restart this. Oh, I see. I think I just missed a hammer. Here's an idea. I have not yet used the crate power from the hammer suit. If I use the crate power from the hammer suit, then I can actually do a couple of neat things. So, for example, defending myself against the spike that is on the right side there. Oh, no, I took damage anyway, probably from picking it up. That'd be a great idea, yes. Indeed it would be. And, yeah. The great power-up is kind of interesting in that, you know, we have so many old games that have been brought into the fold of the power-ups in Mario Maker 2. You have the Link power-up representing the Zelda series. You have the SMB2 power-up representing Doki Doki Panic, I guess. And you have the Hammer Suit representing Punch-Out. Punch-Out is about boxing. Okay, so let's actually try to navigate this properly this time. This is actually kind of difficult. But I should listen to the coins, because the coin positioning is going to give me valuable information. Okay, there we go. Now what's going to go on here? I'm going to drop off to the right side, go left, hit the on-off switch. There we go. Okay, I hear 4 coins. Let's move on. And this is a level that's probably a little more fun to play than to actually watch, in that you can't see what I'm doing. I'm going to drop down, hit 3 rows of blocks. I can actually kind of see my shadow up top if you look very carefully at the ceiling in this room. I can sort of see my shadow when things like blocks actually break. let's go left. Nope. Okay, it dropped. Got a 1-up. You know what? I can just do the crouch walk, I think, for 3D world. And then there we go. Crouch walk was the solution. Okay. Doing okay so far. Go. Broke that open. And we are down the stairs. Great. We don't have a key. Oh, the key was from the dry bones. Interesting. Okay, well, the key only gives you access to the top of the flagpole. Not really going to show us anything particularly insightful, but that's a Mirror Mansion by Zerfink. Now, that's a fairly simple one, so I'm going to look at one of the more recent ones by Zerfink as well. Zerfink has had a lot of more apparently platformer style ones, including some that have been, yeah, of varying difficulty. I definitely marked out Tomb of the Wind Sage as one that we will try. Let's just take that one. Hey, Kavik, welcome. So, Kavik, we know that the codes are starting to come up for the 4YMM levels. I am, of course, letting you have the pleasure of debuting that on stream when the project is kind of officially revealed. But, of course, some of the very keen people in the project here are already going for the first clears, and also some of the world records. In the meantime, tonight we've been showing off some of the older levels by the creators who are involved in the first batch, and so we're looking at some of the older creations by Zerfink. So let's take a look at Tomb of the Wind Sage, where we played this level from back in August, and we find a hidden tomb deep down in the earth and claim the treasure within. So yeah, we've been taking a look at quite a lot of the makers that have been involved in this so far, just to get a sense of what their style is like, and hopefully that will make the interpretation of the 4YMM levels a little more interesting on our side when we play them. Oh, this is more precision oriented. That's bad news for me. And that's along 5% though, so it's gonna be too rough. Oh, whoops. Okay, do we get another POW? Yes, we do. Drop that. And okay, let's head down. Now, what do we do with this POW block here? I guess we'll drop that, and no, we can just probably drop it. Oh no, drop it here, and then let the twister run out of the way. Very light puzzle interaction, and that allows us to hit the checkpoint. Oh, okay, that's a don't look contraption. Pretty obviously what it is. And I think we just have to die here. Okay, wasn't really expecting a don't look contraption here, but I guess it's night desert and it's expecting the wind to push us around a little bit. Okay, and the wind is going to push us to the left, or sorry, to the right in just a moment because it is Super Mario World. Just have to let it push us all the way. I know, okay. Oh yeah, no, I just need to grab the vine. Grab the vine, and then that should preserve our facing direction, and also allow us to continue. Okay, so... Alright. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the fan favorites are when people actually get their hands on the project levels. You know, just to kind of see which styles tend to be sticking with the current state of the Mario community. Okay, I do have to soft drop the POW in order to just use it to obstruct myself, and that's kind of neat. Once again, as a bit of a light puzzle direction, just drop this thing. We'll pick it up again to be blown to the right. Yeah, one of the few levels I've seen that really kind of makes use of the bi-directional nature of what's going on here. I should have just picked that up. Okay, no, getting rid of the muncher might be the solution there. Yes, it is. Eventually, we'll just need to be blown. Where's the twister? Yeah, really looking forward to what CDRX has to show us, given that we only played one of the... well, we played CDRX's traditional world earlier tonight, and of course that was tuned to be something that was on the more accessible side. And okay, we need to let the twister obstruct us over here. Push gradually right. Drop us down here, great. And then we look right. Yeah, and I guess this was from back in August, and I guess this was before the global loading of the top part of the level was patched out, I think. Why you had the don't look right boo mechanism kind of remain in effect for this long. Pretty interesting use of that in conjunction with the desert wind to make something that for once makes good use out of desert wind. Okay, what's going on here? We have on-off switch on the bottom. That's going to drop a shell on the right side. Okay, no, just through here. That's through. Yes, Super YT Girl, we have certainly noticed that today is the first anniversary. That is, in fact, the reason why many of us are here. Yeah, I mean, I'd only recently started playing a lot of the Japanese makers that were project. Haven't had much direct contact with them, and so it's been very nice to see some of their levels. Like, we've just played the Magic Koopa statue level that's by it's kinda. And that was something really interesting. Okay, so now that is blocking the on-off switch, we take the second shell and we bring it down there. Okay. And through the key door. So yeah, this is something I'm definitely trying to put together for some of the future weeks of the project as well. Just have a bit of a preview night where we play older levels by some of the makers who are involved. That will hopefully be somewhat regular, at least until Paper Mario comes out and takes over half my stream. And that is Tomb of the Wind Sage. Surfing. Okay, so let me see if I actually have time for it. Also, I haven't already shown off stream. We may have to wind up somewhat soon. Since Electro Dude is here, actually, here pretty much, right? Maybe I'll look at like a bit of a second half of the Spike Ball level. I don't think it'll be a serious push. Not going to grind at it for too long, but you know, I am learning that level piece by piece, so certainly look at. I mean, I have barely seen the second half, so seems like I should be working on it a little further. Because at this point, I've sunk so much time into it that I do eventually want to beat the whole thing. Join the 15 existing clears, but this is, of course, definitely on the hard side for me. So yeah, we'll learn the second half today. Just going to skip the first half. Wait, what am I doing? I was not even paying attention to that. Okay, no. Yeah. I see the shell spot that is before the first muncher. I did get that far previously when I looked at this room. Right, red Koopa shell. Buzzy shell down there, I see. I have to take a moment to see what my actual target was. Bounce up there, shell jump with Buzzy, and then get over to muncher. Yes, that's right. Might have cheesed a CTRX level, okay. Interesting. No, wait, bounce. The issue when I am playing while thinking about a different level at the same time. Not something I advise. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too long on it. I do just want to progress it a little bit in the second half here, so we're seeing some new content. Of course, as I'm well aware, you design the shell jumps around holding jump. Okay. Okay, I just reacted to that beetle shell a little bit slowly because I'm seeing that for the first time, but it's a meaningful chunk of progress. Of course, when I string this whole thing together, I don't want to die to that shell jump. Or get it down just more consistently. No, forgot to release. Not paying attention. Okay. We were actually... Well, we had a few attempts that were decently close to getting to the midpoint, but not quite. But we will need to learn this stuff eventually, so... So here we are. So yeah, probably not doing much more after this tonight. I'll finish with one or two of my kind of personal backlog levels after this one, I think. That'll partly depend on who is still on in terms of what I'll pick out. But we'll finish off with something a little more relaxed after this. And that will probably be it for this session. You definitely cheesed it, okay. Yeah, I know you've been chasing some of the records on that already. Or really just on the levels that have been released in general. Oops. And yeah, in the meantime, we'll just try to get that jump down with some semblance of consistency so we don't eventually have a serial pattern of failure. Yeah, I still have to learn the release timing. I should give myself a little more space, to be honest. I feel like the spacing shell jumps was something I had worked out last time. Yeah, a little more space was the trick. Late release. Okay, a pokey spot. I'll have to look out for that when I'm actually playing it. Assuming I did not receive some kind of emergency patch. There's this pokey spot and you get a shiny, or sorry, spiny shellmet. Okay. I mean, you know, I haven't played it yet. I'll just have to probably recall what you're talking about when I do see it my own right. Oops. Okay, there we go. No. Don't know why I was going straight for the throwing marker. I think I was losing a bit of concentration for the moment. Yeah, I think, you know, things like the cheeses that are found at launch despite the existing playtesting are always going to be a risk with launches like this. Even though I think people have been pretty thorough in terms of having a couple of different eyes on each level. Okay, a little bit close on that shell throw. Stand back a little bit there in order to get the landing come out a little bit smoother. Oops. Okay, there we go. I think that particular shell jump shocks me a little bit by going so low, actually. I always feel like I'm not going to have enough height to clear the muncher, and yet I do. So that's one of the things that has been throwing me off slightly. But yeah, we'll see if I can make some meaningful progress on this side. Whoops. Yeah, Electric Dude, I definitely will have to get you to do a bit of a cheese check, I think, on my last round of fixes as well. I feel like I've been fairly thorough, but always have these very weird edge cases that come up if you just play with just a slightly different timing than the creator might have anticipated. Yeah. But I found that with everything I've ever built, I've had to be fairly merciless about really testing spawning bugs. That's just the nature of building anything particularly complex, and particularly anything that is dependent on spawn timings from objects scrolling in now that I am way too far. Okay. Way too far. Yeah. Definitely overcompensating a bit here now that I've been trying to correct earlier throw a little bit. Yeah, I need to release and I need to hang left a little bit to rebounce on a shell. It's part of the issue I'm running into. There we go. And a little bit too much of an overcorrection going into that fall. I'm going to look at the early segment again just to see how I'm doing with it in terms of muscle memory. I'm not going to spend very many attempts on it, just kind of want to review how I've been doing with it. Yeah, all this stuff at this point feels practiced. Not necessarily well practiced, but kind of nice that I still have some of that. Fingers. I think it'll be a very similar story here. I mean, obviously this is unfamiliar to me right now when it comes to the shell release timings. Once we get that down, hopefully much more of this level will be in my grip. But yeah, this will just be a brief look. It's not going to be as long of a grind as I typically put into this. I want to have one or two good attempts to see a bit more of the second half. Oops. Low. Yeah, I just need to find a much more consistent way of landing back on a shell. Okay, there we go. No, missed that again. Yeah, I have to remember to actually go for the lower marker first. Actually hold an object before I start trying to throw it. That was purely a reading error. Purely a landing error. I can make it over that pokey, that is current limit of my progression in this section. I think I'll be quite satisfied with this session. Yeah, just a couple more attempts from now, I think. And then we'll see how we do. I mean, obviously that's going to be a much more merciless consistency check when we try to string the entirety of the level together. Would be very unfortunate to die on that spot the way we've been doing after working our way there, so... Yeah, definitely getting the sense, Electro Dude, from what you were telling me about using bits and pieces out of the CTRX level, that maybe waiting a bit to stream everything after the official launch is a good idea. I said hopefully we'll be doing it around the same time slots tomorrow, but there are some reasons why that might not work, so I have to bump that slightly or in the week, possibly Tuesday. Okay. Definitely feels like I don't really have focus to do a level of this style at the moment, but if I can get that last shell jump that takes me over to Pokey, that will be some measure of success. And yeah, let's just... And then I'm going to definitely finish on some simpler content at the very end of this. Well, you know, sometimes it's just a matter of having the right in-house tester. You know, having the right kind of playstyle to break things properly. Yeah, because different people, I think, break different things about a level when it comes to the speed with which they play, also the things that are likely to check. The way that, you know, I'm likely to check for soft locks, alternate solutions, going back through doors, all the typical stuff. Whereas other players are going to be much more capable of checking things that are broken by changes in speed, or changes in camera scrolling, etc. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm bailing on this one for now. We'll just need to progress through it another time, but I'm glad I kind of took a look at it to the Pokey, and yeah, this is something that is going to be a long-term project. Definitely lowering the clear rate in the meantime. Morgan, you've been with us here like pretty much the whole time, or for quite a long time. I did, of course, grab the first clear on the latest version of Outer Waterfront off-stream earlier when I saw it come up. See that it was up for grabs. I think I'm the only one. Okay, yeah. I might pull up something older. I know I still had one of the oldest POW deliveries. Still had to be done. Been kind of eyeing that one for quite a long time. This one has no clears. Interesting. Can't run, can't walk again. Harder, better, faster, stronger. And this is a speed run, though. It's not a puzzle thing. What am I looking at? This is a puzzle? Okay. Yes, this was what I was looking at. Mario POW Delivery. This one is going to be an adaptation of the Thomas Pynchon novel Vineland. And it is one of the earliest POW deliveries in Mario Maker 2, dating back to July. And yeah, here we go. That's going to be a drop. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, okay. It's going to be based partly on snake block timing there and the ice skull timing there. So I basically need to lead the drop timing just a little bit more to make sure everything falls accurately, gracefully. Okay. That's going to be threatening, but yeah, I should have gotten down there quickly. Yeah. Not reading ahead enough. Well, it's from back in July, you know, if it's bugged, it's bugged. But I've done all the other ones that are actually entitled How Delivery at this point, so I thought it might make sense to finally look at this one, even if it is older. Oh, yeah, I didn't account for the icicle. Should have probably just grabbed the other POW and moved it out of the way, shuffled it a bit. Whoops. How did that jump happen? Okay. Okay. So far, so good. And yeah. We're doing okay. Oh, okay. I completely did not read what was going on here. That there's going to be an alternating... Okay. Hang on. Did not read that. Okay. Of course, I would expect some of the clear rate on this to be deflated by the fact that it's an early level. I think the player base has definitely changed with time. Okay, what am I even doing? I've got... Okay, no, I've got to take the POWs and I've got to put them on top of the skull platform. Once I put them on top of the skull platform, they land into this series of traps here, and that's just a matter of moving them back and forth so they are not taken out by the alternating switches. I get it. I get it. Nope. Mistake. Okay. Nope. Mistakes were made. Okay. No, I completely missed that. Okay. No, completely forgot. Stared at this thing and just wasn't paying attention. Looks like that is something that's going to be a bit of a timer lock. I basically have to survive with both POWs on top of that alternating on-off dance until such time as the P-switch has been activated and lets me through. Of course, you can kind of tell that this is a level from before the introduction of the E-blocks last December, because of the way that it is gated by the standard bricks at the end, which honestly still work for most purposes. I mean, they perhaps make it less obvious that it is going to be something P-activated, but very easy sometimes to overlook that the classic brick and coin interaction with the P-switch is still, cases, still a pretty good idea, and sometimes even more functional, depending on how you want your gates to be managed. No, I don't know how. I was just a little off in terms of distance. Failed to activate it. Oops. Okay, that's a blown attempt for sure. Okay. No. I had to soft drop both of them, actually. Jump, soft drop, jump, soft drop. Like, how much distance do I get there? About 2 tiles, right? 3 tiles? Yeah. I have to basically carry them both back and forth. Or just carry them in a stack, actually. Like, have them stacked and then carry the lower one, perhaps? No, because if you carry the lower one, the upper one drops. Okay. Going to do the responsible thing and learn for your test. Well, good luck with your test, Electro Dude. Looking forward to seeing how far off I am from various records, if they are still holding. Time I see at irrelevant levels. And in the meantime, yeah, you have a good test. Okay, that was... Yep. Till next time. Okay, get that well out of the way. Okay, really had to figure out how snake block thing is going to happen. It's going to be soft dropped before I get on. There we go. No, I was trying to soft drop that and I failed. Yeah, that's going to take some work. Yeah. All right. Okay, at least we kind of have the skull platform. Oh, nope. Nuked the POW. That's okay, let's just try to do the dance with one POW. Just so I understand what the timing is going to be. Yeah, okay. Pretty generous visibility on the timing there. We always, I think, want POWs to be on a top layer whenever the switch is hit. As long as they are both on a top layer, we are fine. Once we have the third POW, we need to kind of pick that up and move it as well. I did not expect that to happen, and so that's something that we need to keep into account. Now, let's see here. Is it something that's based on a timing lock, though? Because, if it is on a timing lock, that's a really long timer, but... we serve that POW, there's going to be a bomb timer up top. It's going to disable something, and that's very clearly going to be some kind of key-based mechanism in order to get us through the right side. Handling items is kind of category where you never know how well people do. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. That was definitely what I found when I uploaded my first level in this game as well, that I also had a bit of a POW survival level. And, yeah, I vastly underestimated how difficult it would be, and how little patience people would have for repeating content without a checkpoint. Major sticking. Okay. Nice long timer on the back and forth, at least. It's time to do a careful soft drop, and I like that the shell is also visible. Let's... Yep. Bit of a handling error there in terms of finding a safe place to drop that would still allow me to get across. I think I get a general idea. Okay, good that the twister just dies very promptly. I had to fuss around with any kind of waiting time. Whoops. Wanted to get on the right side of that, and that was almost certainly the wrong idea. Should have taken one on the left. And okay, let's ride out the POWs and continue. Soft drop. And up. Try to get off of that thing. Momentum was carrying me forward. And I should not have been going off the short side to begin with. I don't know why. I thought that was something I was able to do. If there is an object on the track, I should try to pick it up from the open side. Nope, that's a mistake. Everything here is quite manageable if I plan carefully. None of it is actually tight. There is, of course, a little bit of a waiting time on some of the snake blocks and icicles and so on, but yeah, snake block needs to go down significantly faster. This is okay, though. This is okay. Just need to soft drop, get on. Yeah. Might as well just hold on to the object. No need to let it go. I was saying, no need to let it go. Okay. Didn't expect to get pushed like that. I should have expected it, given how many times I've seen that pattern already, but I feel like I need to get my timing and spacing a little bit cleaned up for the activation of the third POW. Arrival, rather. Nope. Bad spacing. Should we use a donut block? I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that again and see how that's going. Oh, you mean for carrying the POW down and so you wouldn't have the collision with the hard block. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that's very easy to miss, I think, in terms of tuning. I think after months of experience, we all have a much better idea of when changing the type of block can really clean up the functionality of a given obstacle. But, you know, that's something that I think has taken some time to develop. In terms of what to do with this game. Yeah, holding one of the POWs the entire time seems to be a decent method. Need to drop quickly. Dropping quickly seems to be one of the things I had the most trouble with. Nope. Well, might as well see how long the timer is, just to practice it. Wow. Yeah, at this point I actually have a couple of cycles where I do need to escort all three. It's gonna be tough. I mean, I can escort two, and then hold on to the last one. That drops the P-switch. And then... yeah, once the P-switch is down, that's fine, because I have plenty of time to come here, nuke each of the munchers. Let's see if I can... no, I can't hit the other POW with the POW. That won't do anything for me. Okay, that's fine. At least I know how much we have to deal with in terms of handling all three POWs at once. Yeah. Also kind of looking at the screen positioning of the munchers there and seeing if that could potentially be cheesed if I head over to the right side soon enough. I don't think it can be, what I'm seeing here. But that's something that's definitely occurring to me now that I know how close the muncher lock actually is. Of course, given that it's a POW interaction, the munchers do have to be on screen. So that's going to be a limiting factor. Whoops, that's a mistake. Okay. Yeah, you want it to be something that tests the player in terms of actually being able to do it, and yeah, I definitely think that you would not have been able to just start with 3 POWs. You do want the player to be gently eased into that. It is a neat idea. I just find that with most timer locks, like, if I can't see the timer, then sometimes it's a little bit unclear what I should be doing, but... no, that was supposed to be a soft drop. But yeah, the munchers are not totally off screen here. I feel like this is totally cheesable. No, it is not cheesable because you need the timer to run out in order to activate the P-switch at all in order to get through here. So you cannot just throw the POWs prematurely because the POWs will kill the shell switch. If you kill the shell switch, I believe that does prevent the P from eventually dropping. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. I wasn't quite sure what was going on with the P-switch activation, but I do believe it requires the continued activation of on-off. If that's the case, then detonating the POWs early against the munchers does nothing useful. Because you won't be able to get across. Sorry, I am a little bit behind in chat. I'll try to negotiate this obstacle first, and we'll see what we do from there. Yeah, I want to jump right away. No, I don't want to pick it up. Dental pickup. Oh, okay, you wanted it long enough. Yeah, no, I read that already. Okay. Luke. Alright, let's drop this. Okay, alright. And pop some of these again. Okay. Yeah. Lots of chaos can happen sometimes when you are trying to execute soft drop, I think. Also when you're running around in a fairly tight space and can just as easily accidentally pick things up. Nope. Yeah, I just totally missed that. Okay. Oh no. I should be taking advantage of the fact that the falling distance of the POW with a soft drop when I have it tight on it is going to be about 3 tiles. Yes, Super Boss, that is precisely what often happens when you jump to a spike as stylishly as I tend to do. Yeah, lots of handling practice. And here we go again. Oh, no, 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 no. Didn't realize I was going to be this many cycles. Yeah, no, no, no. I miscounted the cycles. I thought I was going to be done in a previous swap. That's why I got a little bit careless with the soft drop at the end. Thought I was going to be safe. And yeah, welcome back, by the way, Super Boss. Yeah, I've got it. I just need a tighter timing every time the switch is pressed. And yeah, I just need to avoid a lot of the basic item handling errors, like picking something back up again accidentally when I repress the dash button. So I think often going to be a risk. Okay. Point though, I think I have a decent pattern worked out. Okay, it should be just one more, right? Gotta be close. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and then we will hit the checkpoint and do an even harder part 2. Sure. Okay, so we got all 3 POWs. What's going on here? Okay, tapping the thwomp just sends it all the way over. Okay, so I see. I have to soft drop all 3 POWs and then get on the thwomp. I understand how it's supposed to work. And wait, that was unexpected. Oh. Wait. I did not read that properly at all. Let me do that again. I see. Okay, okay. No, we got it. We got it. I just had to actually read that thwomp activation properly the first time. Oh my goodness, okay. Wait. No, I can stand on this if, yeah, and eventually I would just count on the house to be unloaded. Interesting place, right? Okay, no, I need to unload it into the lower level, and then, yeah, that's fairly quick, actually, so let's get the reset door. Yeah, just need to unload them time. Wait, but it's going to desynchronize at this point. Okay, need to get them onto the lower track. Oh yeah, I should have taken a reset door. Okay. Now let's revisit this. See how it's going to work. Oh, I see. I see. Our favorite little interaction. That will never cease to be fun. Always going to be great. Every time I see it. Never get sick of that. Well, as long as the throws are, you know, fairly generous and not too punishing when it comes to accuracy. Yeah, that's always going to be one of my favorite interactions. Nope. But I'll see how this is going to work. Okay, this is actually a very short segment. You know, after playing some of the later Cow Escort levels, I was kind of expecting everything to be one really long escort, but this is actually just short doses the whole time. I'll take it. Nope, miss. Mario regrets everything. Way too soon, way too soon. Shouldn't have gotten nearly that close, and I really do need to think about my icicle spacing when it comes to getting them to not activate the POWs. Oh yeah, I can just pick these up, huh? Except that's a terrible idea, because I won't be able to get across with them. That was entirely accidental that I picked it up. Okay. Nope, terrible. And we'll just need to pick out a very specific timing for that to work. The fact that the platform dips down to the lower level at that point certainly helps. Okay, that certainly helps as well. Looks like that will be through. Just barely. And yeah. Nope, I'm supposed to ride on top of it though, once I load them. Let's reset. Definitely find myself appreciating the reset doors here. Nope. Nope. Let me see what my throwing distances should be. Yeah, that's much better. Now we know. Nope. Interesting that the POW got unstacked. Okay, why don't I just do a standing throw off the left side? I feel like it's going to be a much better position. Yeah, there we go. Nope. Oh, whoops. Not mean to slip. I guess we'll redo preceding section as well. That's fine. Button this down a little more. Nope. More precisely. So I thought. I need to place a little more truss nose one-way panels to guard us against the icicles. Okay, that's not nearly enough room to work with. Nope, that's a mistake. No, the icicles don't have a very wide hitbox, but the accidental pickup every time I dash into something. Slight issue. No, no, no. Don't know why I thought that was going to be a good timing. That was quite clearly not going to work. No, no, no. A lot of accidental pickup here. Yeah, this is, I mean, obviously this was an early level, but I find that even in some newer levels that I see to this day, people do make some bad estimates sometimes of how good the one-way panels are at defending against certain things, like being able to pick things up from around them. Okay, we got it, finally. And that's fine so far. Am I able to... Oh, okay, no, I need a double stack, and then I need to crouch on top of a double stack. Yeah. The hitboxes are a little weird there. Didn't really understand it, actually. Okay, here's... Yeah. Every time I run into that. This is what happens when you do have that kind of veteran Mario player's habit of just repressing dash every time you do anything. Luckily, the way that stacks up is get everything through. A little bit worried about the last pound slipping off the side there. Okay. Here we are. Wait, wait, wait. No, no, no. We'll get off the claw there. I don't even know how that synchronization is going to work just yet, so... Nope. Doing that twice is impressive. Doing what twice? Let me get back there and do I know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean this stacking? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's get down here again. Oh. Yeah, I mean, those things are just going to happen with a lot of repeated attempts. I'm sure that's way too widely spaced. This is totally going to hit. Okay. Yeah, this will probably be the level that I finish with in this session. I don't think I'll really be continuing past this one. Oh, look, I actually got a wide stack for once. Very unexpected. But yeah, I will definitely try to finish this one, and then that will probably be it for this stream. Okay. Take a reset door. Taking a power through to reset door, I suppose, does it? Doesn't actually do anything interesting, but save me one pickup. Okay, let's try not to drop in the middle like I did last time. Oh, look at how neatly stacked it is this time. Very, very neat. Okay, now. Let's get off the claw. Out the pipe we go. And that is the goal. Hey Gabrus, thank you for the host. We are actually just about to finish up, so unfortunately your timing is perhaps not excellent. But yeah, I was actually just about to finish. But yeah, I think that was a pretty productive session. We got through a huge pile of levels. Managed to get this one down. I definitely feel like this one was disadvantaged by being an early upload when people were still learning about objects like the claws, because it definitely feels like 0.8 is on the low side, considering that a lot of the segments were short and pretty easily beatable. On the other hand, I'm coming into this with quite a bit of experience with that kind of how to deliver a game, having done pretty much for a whole series of the Escort 3 POWs. Yeah, looking forward to more of that with time. In the meantime, yeah, I think this is going to be pretty much all I'll do for this session. And for those of you who have come in and stayed for so long this evening, thank you once again. Just as a reminder of what's going on, the official launch time, and I know you have some of the codes already from what we were passing around earlier, but the official launch time of 4YMM is going to be at 5 Central European, 11 Eastern, and 8 Pacific. So that's going to be 5 hours from now. The launch is going to be on Kavek's stream. That's probably what you want to be following if you want to see some of those levels in action, or just see the codes released, so you can try the first batch of 8 levels released for yourself. But yeah, that's going to be out in very short order. I, however, am going to be tapping out for now, and I'll be featuring a run-through of the 4YMM levels on my own stream in a separate session. I'm hoping to do it tomorrow, but I can't guarantee it. If not tomorrow, I might do it on a Monday or Tuesday stream. There are going to be some potential issues with trying to run those levels in tomorrow's time slot, depending on how long it takes, so I just can't guarantee that right now. But that is something that we are going to feature heavily on the stream this week, on top of a couple of viewer level sessions as usual. And yeah, that will be coming very soon. In the meantime, thank you for watching and staying through all the levels that were in this session, and I'm going to look for somebody to raid. So just give me a minute. I'm going to scan the Mario Maker listings, or just the listings of the people I follow, and we'll try to pass you all on to somebody interesting. So have a good time, enjoy all the new levels that are coming out, and we'll see you on the next stream.